You should see the wonder in his eyes. He stands by the fence, an airport spy. Sometimes up on his tippy toes, trying to take it all in. I'm sure tomorrow he will be back again. He'll be a natural flyer, knows every aircraft by name. Instead of his homework, he's up in his room drawing planes. I think he knows he's a little boy, but he carries a man-sized dream. He longs for the day and his chance in a flying machine. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they whisper goodnight. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. He reads tonight.
Stall is created by exceeding the critical angle of attack. When this occurs, the smooth flow of air over the wing is lost, drag increases, and lift is depleted.
After school, he's out there every day, dreaming about his future while the other kids play. He knows what he wants to be. His mind is set so strong. He knows in his heart the sky is where he belongs. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they turn off the light. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he dreams tonight. Hi son, what's your name?
Matthew,
Matthew, I see you out here all the time, and hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. You think you'd like to come along?
you mean it, mister?
You bet. Hey, why don't you check with your folks, make sure it's okay, and I'll see you out here tomorrow, okay?
Awesome!
In his eyes, in his eyes.
And immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland is on the air live. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, also the 30th annual live Sun and Fun radio broadcast. That's right, 30 years. I'm Dave Shellbitter. I am host of the station, chairman. I was the on-air host for years, most of it by myself. I started bringing people in. Everybody told me I had to delegate some of the responsibilities of the station. I finally, a couple years back, started delegating, and last year I assigned a new co-chairman live air, and that is this dashingly handsome gentleman to my left.
You start my day with compliments. Well, thank you, Dave.
Mr. Jack
Good morning,
Mason.
Sun and Fun. Good morning, Dave. We also have Dr. K over next to us as well. Good morning.
Yes, I've got 300 miles in already.
You have 300 miles?
Walking.
Yeah, just yesterday.
Yes, from yesterday to today.
Just yesterday today, 300 miles. Wow.
It's great to get the walking in. Good for the body.
We will stay young
is
at
good
heart
for you.
and in good health forever, we hope. Quick comment. Let me start the day off. I'm turning 50 this year, and with that, I'm starting to show a little age in the grayness and popping out. And I started wearing these reading glasses, for the full effect of being able to see clearly and read clearly. But I'm noticing somebody else today might be wearing something a little different outside of the normal Sun and Fun radio shirt and normal glassware. So, Dave, for those listening, what are you wearing?
I am actually wearing a shirt from DeLand Sport Aviation Showcase Live, which is something that Mike Daniels and I and his wife, Mike and Elizabeth Daniels, and I started several years ago at the showcase, and we were doing a showcase stage and getting people to interview, and people didn't want to really sit down because the people didn't want to give their presentations because nobody was standing or sitting in the audience. And so we said, hey, let's, we asked Jana Phillip, was the director of that. We asked Jana, can we stream this live?
Wonderful lady.
And then that way we were live streaming video. And so when people came up, there was nobody in the audience. We're live streaming the video so you can do it. So I'm wearing that today because these special glasses that I'm wearing, these are called Facebook Meta glasses. These are glasses that have not only a built-in camera, and they have speakers so I can answer my phone with them and I can do all this stuff. These are also live streaming glasses. So when I hit this button here, go live, it is starting a live broadcast, and I got my little thing there, and there we go. We are live on Facebook Meta, and I am streaming. So now we are not only streaming live on Facebook, SNF Radio on Facebook, Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. And now I'm live streaming on DaveCam.live. So we are on the DaveCam.
So wherever you face,
wherever I face, this picks up. And if there's a little white, there should be a little white light right here.
Yeah, I see it.
That shows that we're streaming.
Interesting.
One of the things is while I'm using them, I was playing with them and doing some recording. They will record a minute of video, or they will live stream unlimited. So when I was playing with them, I noticed that when I'm talking to people and they're answering questions, I tend to go, uh-huh. And the live image goes, So while I'm wearing them and I'm streaming, I have to be very careful to turn my head very slowly and not in agreement. And I'll be having the live cam glasses. Dave Cam Live will be here on behalf of Sun and Fun Radio.
Excellent.
Hopefully today, I was crazy busy opening day, scrambles to get everything going. But hopefully today I will be able to get out and talk to some of our friends, do some live streaming video. At this point, I'm going to have to speak with our co-chairman of engineering, Derek Lagasse, about what we can do. Can I stream on the radios, on SNF Radio Facebook at the same time we're streaming? Because I don't want to mess up our live video.
But you're giving the entire audience no excuses. There's now multiple ways to see us, listen to us live throughout the show and year round.
Yeah. Yep. And we do stay on the air year round. After the fly-in ends, Sun and Fun Radio airs the best of for every year. And basically, as far as I'm concerned, everything we do is the best of what we do. So when we end our live broadcast, when the air show ends on Sunday, we'll go to our year-round loop, which I will add to as it progresses. But our year-round loop will have the best, have all of the field interviews we've done, any announcements for sponsors or Sun and Fun that are pertinent year-round. Obviously, we're not going to share an announcement about the Sarasota Smokehouse being in the Sunset Grill location, but things like Miss Jenny Lynn's Story Time. We have an announcement for Jenny Lynn's Story Time at the FAM, a part of the ACE educational program. She does that every Tuesday morning, reads stories to the kids. It's a great thing. It happens all year round. So announcements like that will stay in the loop.
Excellent.
And then thanking our sponsors, which, and again, I've got to this morning, once again, do a huge, huge shout-out thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, flygrb.com. They are our radio sponsor for the third year. And not only that, this year they donated enough money for us to buy all of this video equipment. So it's thanks to the generosity of GRB that we are live streaming.
Smile. You're on radio.
It. And also another one of our great sponsors who have become volunteers, and that is Shoreline Aviation Services. They contributed to help get the live going. So flysassy.com. And that's it's all really good stuff. We love our sponsors. Now, I mentioned a minute ago that you are my new co-chairman of Live Air. You were, and we laugh about it, you were voluntold.
Voluntold completely.
A couple years back that I needed help, and you should come work with us. Tell us about that.
Well, I think at the time this was a girlfriend. Of course, Jack Mason is now married to a beautiful young lady named Audrey Mason. So if you're out there, Audrey, good morning. Love you.
Wow, you have the same last name.
We do.
Isn't that a coincidence? Wow. Was it that way all along?
Coincidence. Well, she had a very unique last name that a lot of people had difficulty saying. So a lot of people are very grateful, not so much for the wedding, but her last name.
Boxy Joan or something, wasn't it?
Very similar, yeah. So now she has a very easy to pronounce last name, but so a lot of people are happy with that too. So we're real shortly. We're at a women in aviation meeting. So I've got some great children, but the youngest daughter wanted to go to a women in aviation meeting. And she then became president over the years. But at one of these meetings, social, I'm standing in the background. I'm the dad. I'm kind of helping out, doing stuff as needed. And I see Audrey talking to, former host, still coming and floating around, Carl Valeri.
Yeah,
so
I just actually saw Carl a minute ago.
Was he walking by?
Yeah, walking by.
So I see them talking and just chit-chat. We're kind of socializing and all that. So the next day, I get this text message, I think, or next day or 2 days later from you. Jack, heard you wanted to help out at the radio station. Looking forward to meeting you. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? So, Audrey, do you know something about this? And her next response was, don't kill me. So, completely voluntold, but very happy to be out here helping, and getting the word out about Sun and Fun and all the enjoyment that we can, be part of this family event.
Now, one of the things that I do when I'm on the air is I always say to people, send me an email. snfradio@gmail.com. Send me an email where you're listening. Let me know that you're listening to us and where you're listening from. And every time, didn't matter if I said it once a day or 10 times a day, every time I said that, I would get an email from this guy at can I mention the name or not?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
At Publix Aircraft Services, whatever. I'll get to that in a minute. But he would say, we're not very far away. We're listening on the other side of the field. And then next thing I know, he shows up to be an on-air announcer with me, and very rapidly moves into being one part of the station management.
We skipped the whole part of a long-time listener, first-time caller, and went from long-time listener to, okay, you're here, you're hired.
Yeah, that's it. And so as I said, you work for Publix.
I do work for Publix. Started about 22 years ago. Foot-in-the-door position, and have not enjoyed any career opportunity as much as I enjoyed this. So I am a Part 91 dispatcher working with a fleet of 3 aircraft, booking over 1,000 hours of fleet aircraft throughout the year, 1,000 different passengers for Publix supermarkets, and just truly enjoy that environment.
So I can have Publix jet my groceries in for me?
We are not in that business just yet. Someday maybe, but we are 100% flying corporate associates from corporate offices to the retail divisions on a daily basis.
And you don't just use your fleet of 3, you also bring in outside services.
We sure do, as needed. If there's ever a backup needed, the Part 135 charters come in, a quick phone call, and get on-demand services as needed. But we try to avoid that if possible, just because our in-fleet is there. Let's try to prioritize what we have sitting there before we charter. But thanks to even our friends with Shoreline, helping us out at times, it becomes a great aspect to realize how many people are out there in this one large community in different fields.
And now you mentioned girlfriend at the time, and the now Mrs. Congratulations.
Thank you. I was the deer in the headlights last year. Everybody had that, kind of look at me like, you got that grin on your face, like I'm proposing.
Yeah, the worst kept secret of Sun and Fun 23, except from Audrey. Was that Jack was going to be proposing, and Jack chose a Saturday night event that Audrey's company, I believe, sponsored.
She does, absolutely.
And he got up. She was up doing a speech, and he comes up on stage and gets down on one knee, and I believe her exact words were not, "Yes, dear, I'd love to marry you." I believe her words were, "I'm going to kill you."
Pretty much. Why is this man stealing the microphone on the stage in front of a couple hundred people when I'm finished? And I'm, thank you, Audrey, and your team for providing this and all that. And by the way, so she was a little shocked. But,
and yet, being the worst kept secret here at Sun and Fun, I really have to applaud everybody who knew about it and talked about it all week long. This hit her as a total surprise, didn't it?
We're on stage, and did anybody else know? I'm like, maybe show of hands, who else knew? And about half the crowd raised their hand, and she really was shocked. She really was. How did you keep this a secret? Well,
any doubts to her response?
Zero. Just the look on her face of kidding, but the initial just, we're going to talk about this later. But, then the tears of joy started. So I knew hand in hand it was the, commitment was here, and we just could not be any happier. And the marriage itself was actually planned within 10 days. This was just, What do you think? Let's do it. So within 10 days, we had the entire wedding planned out, and thanks to our friend Bob LeBlanc with My Jet Manager, utilizing his hangar, we had a great little, wedding.
That's good. That's great news. I saw your pictures. You finally got around to posting.
We did.
You finally got around to posting your wedding pictures on Facebook. And something about Facebook. If you are on Facebook, you can find us, SNF Radio, on Facebook. Our video stream is being carried on Facebook. We're also on YouTube at Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. And I'm davecam.live. Is my website, is my Facebook page, one of my pages.
I'll ask you this. One of the exhibitors and vendors came over yesterday and says, I still want a chance to be on the radio. I still want, to do a shout out. I still want a, special interest. How can they get involved in getting that promoted?
Okay. Chances to be on the radio at this stage of the game are slim because our schedule books out.
It is just that popular.
Yeah. And but we have a team of roving reporters. Send in a interview request, and it will be passed along to our team of roving reporters. Somebody will get in touch with you and set it up. You have a message you want to get out. They're called shout outs. We're going to be doing those at 45 after the hour, all during our live. And if you want to shout out, you can again fill out the form, send it out. If you know of a good story and you want us to cover something, story suggestion form. Now, I keep saying forms. We have gone to extensive use of Google Forms because for years people would come to me and say, hey, Dave, can you mention this? Can you mention the fish fry for us? Sure, I'll be happy to do it. And like Friday morning and somebody says, oh, man, did you go to the fish fry last night? And I'm like, oh, crap, I knew I forgot something. They tell me and I get going and don't do it. Our forms that we request everybody fill out are simply to make sure that we live up to a commitment. If we tell you we're going to do a shout out and you fill out a form and we tell you do it, we're going to do it, you get it. If we tell you if you say to me, hey, Dave, mention this for me, probabilities are I'm going to forget because I'm busy doing this, I'm busy doing Dave Cam, I'm busy doing Articulazer, and trying to run a company and keep a happy household
and like
on top of it.
Like the expo and the air show, you're not just planning starting yesterday. I mean, this is a planning stage that started 6 months ago.
No,
literally.
last year. We were after last year's event. We got together and said, these are our debrief notes. This is what worked, and we want to keep it. This is what didn't work, and we need to revise it. And I think we've done a really good job of pretty much complying with every debrief note we had, except for the one that some cheesehead said we need a new chairman, and I ignored that one. But actually, we did have a new chairman because we brought you on as co-chairman Live Air. So I didn't totally ignore him. I just kind of
he just
complied.
reworded his request. But you have an excellent team. You've got
I do.
Your co-chairs are great. Thank you very much. We we all appreciate what you've put in for these 30 years with the radio station. So happy birthday to the radio station
happy
as well.
Happy birthday, Sun and Fun Radio.
All of this information can be found real quick off the Sun and Fun app. So if you've not downloaded that, please do on your iPhone or Android device. Go to the left on the menu and you will see Sun and Fun Radio.
And there we go. And so Sun and Fun Radio is there. You can listen to the live stream. Again, YouTube, Sun and at Sun and Fun Radio. Facebook, SNF Radio. And you tune in and listen. The other thing is that, and we are broadcasting, we are streaming live video of the air show. But because of copyright regulations, we can't stream the audio. So if you tune in during air show time and you see our live video of the air show, jump over to liveatc.net/SNF, click on the listen to Sun and Fun Radio, and you can hear the commentary, air show commentary, and you can watch it on YouTube or Facebook.
Very easily.
Yep. So you're
Very
kind of having
easy.
to do two things to watch and listen, and we're still working on how to get the commentary associated, get the video and the audio together for people who are not watching live. I'm going to actually get with Mr. Pasco. Derek suggested that we see if Dave can link the two on Live ATC.
It's just amazing the progression that the radio station has come from its infancy to what it is today. Complete turnaround, just improving every year.
I want to take credit for that, but I don't want to, because I know the credit is not all on me. If I did not have the team that I have, none of this would happen. I got Marcus, just our volunteer Marcus Burge just left yesterday. Had to be and dropped me a text at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank God I was already up. I let you know I arrived in Atlanta safely. He had a business commitment in Atlanta. He's from Mississippi, but he had a business commitment in Atlanta. Dave Pasco, owner of LiveATC.net, generously donates our streaming year round. I think we figured it out 2010, 2011. It was still up in the air. I think we said 11 was the first year we were streaming, but I'm not positive. Donates that every year. Comes here and volunteers. IT gets all of our computers and everything up and going. Derek Lagasse, pilot with Endeavor, soon to be Delta. Union rep, check pilot, instructor. He does the whole 9 yards for Endeavor, and he's moving over to Delta here in, I believe, July. Going to be flying 727s? No, he's shaking his head no. 737. Wow. We're going to be flying 737s. There, and he's actually going to have people in them. They're trusting him with people's real humans in his airplane, not cargo. And he's filming too. So there's like, you realize there's like 4 different videos shooting right now. I'm shooting Dave Cam Live. Derek's over there shooting video. We're here on YouTube and Facebook.
We feel like we should be on camera 1, camera 2, turn to camera 3.
That's it. I don't know. There's a camera in front of me, but it's pointing at Dr. Dave. So, April, last night, I got home last night and I brought up the YouTube feed. I'm like, honey, you want to watch the beginning? And Dave, you need a haircut when my better half says, who's that white-haired woman? Because all we were seeing was the back of your head. I said, that's Dr. Dave. She said, that's Kobama? And then the camera is around. We see your face. It's like, yeah, get a haircut, you hippie.
Oh, my word. You just said that you were already up at 4 in the morning. I take it you go to bed at 8 to get your 8 hours?
Last night, I think it was somewhere in the 10 o'clock range that I drifted off. As I get older, I don't need as much sleep, and I'm sure Doctor could explain why. But when I was 16, I could sleep for 14 hours. Now that I'm 61, it's like, yep, beep, 7 hours is up, I'm awake. And dumb me. You want to know how to fall asleep on a couch? Be old and sit on the couch. Fall asleep at 8 o'clock. I'm up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning going, okay, I'm wide awake. Because my body says, you've had your 7 hours, you're on. Get up. And now during Sun and Fun, I get by on about 6 minutes.
I started practicing last week to go ahead and start getting the alarm set for 5 a.m. So I'm refreshed and ready to get out here in an early stance this week.
Yeah.
And then I realized how early Dave gets up with some of the 5:30, 5:45 text messages. And I'm like, all right, this man is a workaholic, because we're all volunteers. We're all coming out here working full-time jobs and having family life, or we might be retired, but we're all volunteering at the same time.
How many people in the Sun and Fun radio community?
I believe my volunteer list coming into the fly-in was somewhere in the 50 range. I don't have an exact number. We've had a few people couldn't make it. Our friends Kevin Streeter and Rob Erickson from Let's Talk Flying podcast. They've been volunteers for years, friends. Neither of them could make it. We've had some other people. Shout out to Robin Lamar out in California. Robin, under the weather, can't make it this year. So a lot of my regulars couldn't make it for one reason or another. Some of you guys actually have this disgusting thing called a job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why have a job when you can run 5 companies? I don't understand.
I'm happy that I'm cutting down to 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
So.
Well, people ask me, it must be great being your own boss. I said, yes. Since I started my own company, I'm working half days. Like, wow, you're working 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day? No, there's 24 hours in a day, and I work a minimum of 12. That's a half a day, isn't it?
That is your own job security, though.
And the other response that I have is, yeah, since I took my own job, I've taken go working 7-12. 7 to 12, 5 hours a day. That's outstanding. Oh no, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. So yeah, neither did April nor I stopped. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we swore up and down when we moved to Lakeland, we were going to start doing some things outside of sitting in our offices for 14 hours a day. So we started doing that. Lakeland's such a beautiful place. There's so much neat stuff to do.
Lakeland, Florida, the heart of Florida completely. We're almost an hour between Tampa and Orlando.
Yep.
So you've got the direction either or if you want to go to the amusement parks or the beach. So, I mean, it's expanding nonstop. But
there's so much to do.
Oh, there is. There is.
So much to do. You know, when we lived in South Florida, our big thing was taking our dogs for a Sunday ride. We'd jump in the car or jump in the Jeep. I mean, we have the Jeep, which is the dog's car. we keep a Jeep Grand Cherokee strictly for the comfort of our dogs. And we'd jump in the Jeep on Sunday and we'd drive down the beach and maybe hit Lake Worth Beach Pavilion and go down and maybe hit Delray Beach and come back up and go home. And that was our Sunday drive. Well, we moved to Lakeland. There's no A1A and beach to drive. So now our new Sunday drive is Lake Morton. We load the dogs in the car and we drive up and we do a couple of circles around Lake Morton and look at the swans.
Just
So
don't
that's our new-
don't do what I did. Has probably a 13-year-old of actually taking your Labrador down to Lake Morton.
Oh, yeah.
And deciding, oh, this might be fun, and take the collar off the dog and let the dog just chase the wild geese.
Yeah, you realize that
young Jack got in trouble for that.
they will. Lakeland loves its swan. The Queen of England gave Lakeland swans,
Years and years ago.
and since then Lakeland has become the Swan City, and they love their swans. And if you are caught harassing, and I use the word, and everybody's gonna laugh, they call it molesting, harassing, giving them, chasing them, whatever. They don't put you in jail for that. They put you under the jail for that. And they should.
Oh, and as a
come on.
10-year-old being a stupid little kid, it wasn't. It was a life learning lesson to not tease the ducks.
I've actually hollered at people when I'm driving around
You
the
should,
lake and a
yep.
kid is chasing the birds across the grass. Hey, knock it off! Which is the Dave version of "Get off my lawn." So, and not only that, but Lakeland has some beautiful weather.
We do.
I mean, it just, I get up in the morning. Most mornings, the temperature is down in the 60s. We get into the upper 80s in the afternoon. A lot of mornings, I go out to my back patio, and it's down in the 50s, sometimes as low as the 40s. I can wrap myself up real good and sit there and enjoy the beautiful mornings. And we love our birds, so we got bird feeders all over and squirrel feeders and everything all over the yard. Backing up to a wetland, we have lots of wildlife. So I sit on the back patio and enjoy the wildlife. But our weather here is just great. I mean, South Florida, I would wake up in the morning and it was hot, and by the afternoon it was hotter. And when it wasn't hot and blazing sun, it would we'd get our daily 3 o'clock rain that would just hit the pavement and steam, and we didn't have to steam our shrimp. We could just set them outside in the afternoon and they would get steamed. And but our Florida weather, and then the winter time is one thing, the summer is another. But it's been a long time since I've lived a place that has a 20 degree temperature differential. Get up in the morning in the 60s and in the mid 60s, and by the afternoon it's in the mid 80s.
Well, the joke became either we have 2 seasons. We have shorts and T-shirt weather, and then we have shorts and hoodie weather.
Yeah.
So,
Coming up from the Keys,
Yes.
you have quite a few customers down there. How's the drive commuting back and forth, taking care of your clients, your customers from the past?
The Keys turned out to be very cliquish. My business was never able to break into the Keys. All of my business before was in Palm Beach County, South Florida, and I still commute to Palm Beach County for work. I will do, I've been coming here. I've been doing Sun Fun for 45 years.
Yeah.
For 45 years, I would get up in the morning, drive to Lakeland, attend a meeting, and drive home. So now it's just the other way around. I get up in the morning, I drive to West Palm Beach, I do my meetings, and I drive home, and I'm home for dinner most of the time. So I'm commuting. I'm making the round trip, the same round trip I've been making for years, just in the other direction. So I go down. I do run. My company is Dave to the Rescue. I primary and building trade services. The main focus of my company is drafting work. I'm a draftsman. I draw additions, houses, stuff like that. Also do project management, project consultant. That's another iteration of me. And it's really not bad. If I get up in the morning and get on the road early, I can generally make it into West Palm Beach or the communities south, where most of my business is, Boynton Beach, that area, in about 3 hours. If I leave here at, let's say I leave Lakeland between 6 and 7 o'clock, the trip will take me upwards of 4 hours, because I have clean, open roads until I hit the Jupiter area. And then Interstate 95, that's it. You're done. You're going 5 miles an hour the last 20 miles because the traffic, because you just don't know how to drive. I laugh when I hear people in Lakeland on Facebook and stuff complain about the traffic. Go spend a month in South Florida and then come back and complain about Lakeland traffic. So no, I mean, my commute down back and forth for work is not horrible. And it is a solid 3 hour one-way drive. But I've been doing it for years, so it doesn't bother me. Now, your commute down here to work for us, I mean, you're coming from Chicago.
Yeah. Every year, I working with the NFL too. We come out and do some of the football games, Tampa Bay and such. But
and we've had another person come up and join us on the deck, and I've got to reach down here and try and get a hold of my cheat sheet. Of course, my meta glasses are looking at the current
We were talking about
sun.
driving conditions and weather conditions. So
And the
what
weather,
a great
so
lead-in to.
We are back again with now. You are not Gary.
Yes, I am.
I think you were Brandon.
No, Brandon was yesterday.
Brandon was yesterday. Jack, you take
Gary's
this.
today. Well, I've talked to you a bit.
No, here's what's going
Now,
on.
you were talking the names earlier, so I heard all the confusing name stuff, so I know I'm giving you that challenge with the last name.
Here's what's going on. I actually saw a couple of people posting on Facebook, day number 3 of Sun and Fun. No, technically this is day number 2, but those of us have been starting on Monday, getting ready and getting,
is that why?
we feel like we're, kind of a day.
I counted different. Sorry about that.
No, you're great. You're great. We're looking at beautiful skies right now. So the FA is here with us today and talking about meteorology.
Yep.
What's coming up for this weekend weather, and fingers crossed we're looking better.
Well, for the most part, I was thinking that when Dave started talking, when he first said weather, I thought he was introducing me. Then he gave the weather report. So I was like, this is a great place to be a meteorologist. You nailed it perfectly. Starting cool. It's going to be beautiful all day. High clouds. The wind may pick up a little in this afternoon. It will be a little gusty. Tomorrow, there's still a chance of thunderstorms, as Brandon told you yesterday, late in the day. But today should be beautiful. Like I said, you might hit some 20, 25-mile-an-hour gusts a little later this afternoon, later in the day. Ooh. But for the most part, that's just gusts. Wind should be just kind of keeping it a little more comfortable. Like you said, should be nice. Just kind of watch out for the sun. It will get warm. Same as you were saying yesterday, hydrate, sunscreen, those kind of things. So it'll be a little warm, but it's going to be a beautiful day.
And what about yesterday's forecast was that it may not be such a beautiful day tomorrow. We've got about a minute left. So.
Yeah, so there's still, like I said, there's chance late in the day some thunderstorms coming. The winds may pick up a little more, and that's the latest I have on that. But pretty much the same forecast you heard yesterday. Nothing's really changed on the risk of some storms coming in on Thursday afternoon. Shouldn't be a lot, but there is a chance of some real storms late in the day. So people who may be thinking of sneaking out of here around that time may want to double check early tomorrow for their planning.
All right. So tomorrow might be a little inclement, but then it teams up for beautiful weather.
The rest of the time should be really nice. Yeah, looks really good after those storms come through. Should be beautiful the rest of the day. As far as the longer term forecast, looks great.
Great. We are running into our 9 o'clock hour, which means we have to break. Thank you very much for coming, being with us, sir. I appreciate your time, and I apologize for the name confusion. I'm
no
not
problem.
tired. What was that? 6 minutes of sleep must have got me. We will be back shortly with our next guest, which, according to what I'm looking at in front of me, is the FAA is
More
still
going
to be with us.
You got it. You got a bunch of new people.
We are going to go into some announcements here, and I was told yesterday I can't just say, take us to announcements. So I need to let my engineers know that I am ready for Mr. Steve to go ahead and take us into announcements. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts, planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Another new feature at the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is our Family Oasis. Are you and your family ready to take a break? You can stop by the Family Oasis located in the heart of our new Future in Flight area. It's an oasis for young families, complete with comfort stations, nursing areas, and an escape from the sun. There's no charge. Access to the Family Oasis is included with daily admission. Open 9 to 4 daily, the new Family Oasis at Sun and Fun.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
So on the deck this morning, we have Lawrence Wild Goose. That's correct, right? Yeah. And Lawrence is from the FAA and works with the STEM program to help air traffic controllers get into the system. Why don't you tell us about that? What is it? And actually, this is a continuation from our conversation last year as well, right?
Absolutely correct. And thank you again for having me. I guess I didn't do too bad last year, so you guys invited me back. First off, I want to say I am so excited to be back here in Florida. Florida's home for me. Coming to Lakeland for Sun and Fun is always a treat. People are walking around with smiles on their faces, which is a little bit different from what I see in Washington, D.C. every day. So definitely happy to be here. And you're absolutely right. When I was here last year, talked a lot about many different ways the FAA is engaging with local communities, engaging with students to introduce them to careers in aviation and aerospace. And we have a number of ways that we do that. So last year, I think I talked about the FAA's Airport Design Challenge, where we're using Microsoft's Minecraft as the game, where students can create model airports in their local communities so they can figure out aviation to learn about it. Additionally,
so what are some of the things that they would consider while they're quote unquote playing, making an airport for their thing? I mean,
so
predominant winds, obstacles. What are the kind of stuff they're thinking about?
So all the above, right? So the airport layout, all the behind the scenes equipment that you would see. Also in terms of accessibility, because one of the things that we're doing at the FAA, we have a lot of money over the last 3 years. We're pumping out $25 billion into the National Airspace System to help with the infrastructure, making them more accessible for folks from different walks of life, to increase capacity, to enhance the safety. So lots for folks to think about and be very creative in terms of how they want to construct those airports.
Right, so how often do they construct something that actually becomes useful?
So it is always useful, right, for the young kids, because it's just an introduction into what could be a very fulfilling career. One of the things that we always talked about, I think when people think about aviation, they think about the typical, right? They think about pilots, they think about air traffic control, et cetera, which are incredibly important, and we definitely need more into the FAA, but also more into the system. But thinking about an organization like the FAA or another pretty large organization, you need communicators, you need lawyers, you need folks who can understand weather, et cetera. And so we want to cast a wide net so we can introduce this field to as many people as possible. And hopefully, because we're talking about kids in K through 12, so they have to matriculate through their academic career. We want to give them a spark early and be able to track it over time to see if these students actually go to an aviation high school, if they go to college, if they do an aviation career, if they go to trade schools, et cetera. So lots of...
Apart from the aviation high school, because most of us came from high schools that didn't include anything having to do with aircraft and such, are those high schools, which would be considered the typical high school, are they approached or involved in this integrated process?
So yes, but the entry point for our STEM AFSAT program is really at the K through grade 4 level, and so we're targeting 4th grade because a lot of studies show that you have to get kids early to spark their interest, and then that will matriculate and evolve over time. And so over the 9 regions that the FAA has across the country, we have adopted a number of schools, a number of elementary schools to to introduce this, we also have 1,800 employees across the FAA who help design curriculum for local schools and school.
So Leslie, I'm in first grade.
Are you?
Yeah.
How, as a parent or even a student, how would you know the FAA is there adding to the, like, what does it look like as far as a course you would take, or how does it show up in the curriculum?
So how would you know about it? So one is a partnership that we have with local communities. Like I said, it's us going out into schools for career days, talking about the different avenues that people can explore. It's also us attending events like Sun and Fun or AirVenture in Oshkosh, and just getting out of DC, which I like to do, because here is where all the goodness happens, right? Talking to real people, everyday people who make this so fun.
So these programs, I mean, predominantly in Florida, or are they all over the country? You're trying to get in wherever you can?
All around the country. So I think we started the Airport Design Challenge 3 years ago, and we have had folks from all 50 states, but also internationally as well.
Nice. So I kind of stopped you in that one piece. What other programs? Because you were like almost on a roll there about all sorts of other stuff you were doing, and I stopped you.
And so in 2018, when Congress passed the last FAA reauthorization bill, they authorized 2 new programs with respect to workforce grants. So one focused on pilots, as well as one focused on aviation maintenance technicians. And so over the last 3 years, the FAA has pushed out over $60 million going to a host of organizations, and not just the typical FBOs, et cetera. Nonprofits can participate, K through 12 schools can participate, universities as well, so long as they're building curriculums that would introduce kids to the careers.
Cool. So how would parents get a hold of you? Or, so they're listening to this and they want to get their kid involved, their teenager involved. How do they do that?
So a couple of ways. Go to our website, faa.gov/STEM. That's one way to get a hold of us. We've also been trying to find new and innovative ways to reach other audiences. So the last couple of years, we had our administrator do a live interview with TMZ. We've also hosted a number of Instagram live events where people are asking questions in real time, but also putting questions and comments we're able to follow up on. So, and quite frankly, traveling around the country, doing radio interviews, doing television interviews, talking about all the goodness that we try to encourage at the FAA.
Cool. So, we've been asking all the guests that I've been interviewing. So, what got you into aviation? What's your background?
So, I think probably like a lot of folks, I had someone in my family who was in aviation. So my dad has been a general aviation pilot my entire life, and so traveling around with him as a young man. I grew up in the Bahamas, country surrounded by water, and so flying was basically one of the best ways to get around.
Natural part of transportation. Yeah.
And so that sparked an interest early in me, and so went to college. And got into public policy. And so I spent almost 15 years on Capitol Hill working for a number of senators, as well as the last place I worked was the Senate Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction over FAA, TSA, and NTSB. And so started on a good track, and luckily I've been able to be at the FAA for the last 3+ years and having an amazing time.
Nice. Sounds good. Anything else we need to know about STEM programs? We got about less than a minute, so just a quick summary and tell us again where we can get a hold of you.
Check out our website to see all the programs that we have. Additionally, starting next week, April 19th through 22nd, we'll open the public application period for people who want to become air traffic controllers. And so if this is something that's of interest to you, I would encourage people to check out our website and see all the jobs that we have as well.
Awesome. Lawrence, I really appreciate your time today, man, and great information. So, we're coming up on a break.
Yep.
Dave?
Yeah, we're going to go to a commercial break. You're here at Sun and Fun 2024. We'll be back with... we got some time here, too. But on the field, real quick, where would we see you?
So we the FAA hangar.
Okay,
and
it's a big.
It's a big building right
big
over there
hangar.
in center field.
A number of safety briefings over the next couple of days, so please come out and see us.
Yeah, we'll do that. Well, we're getting time to go to break here. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio here at 2024. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
If you thrive on extreme and unusual attitudes in the sky, the Aerobatic headquarters, located just east of the approach end of Runway 5 along Taxiway E, is your ultimate destination at Sun and Fun. We're distinct from the airshow pilots, but you might catch a few watching the airshow from our small grandstand. Curious about regulations and aircraft aircraft requirement, we're presenting forums throughout the week. Check the Sun and Fun schedule. Don't miss this chance to learn from those of us addicted to the thrill of extreme maneuvers. Come join us at the Aerobatic headquarters, where the sky's the limit and every flight is an adventure.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
Well, if you just tuned in, it's Sun and Fun 2024. David Kolbaba with you on a Wednesday morning. Beautiful weather. We have to say that, but it's true all week long. We're going to go to a special guest. Now, when I think about this particular guest, I'm thinking my Go Flight. But Randy Bibb, he's got something different to say. Well, something in addition to Go Flight, Part 91 and such. Go ahead.
Hi, hey there, Sun and Fun. Yeah, Randy Bibb here, and we're sitting here with a very good friend of mine, entrepreneur, inventor, engineer, all-around swell guy. Pretty good looking. I mean, he's an okay.
Wow.
Nick Martinez here.
You're way too nice.
Well, you
Way
know,
too nice.
we get bonuses for being nice. So,
Oh, perfect.
It's what's twice of nothing.
Well,
anyway,
it's the morning.
Right.
Everybody looks good in the morning.
Right. So, like we were saying earlier, my Go Flight's known for fantastic, best in the business bags, headset bags, flight bags, and the migration, evolution of your bags is pretty fantastic.
I have one.
Yeah,
actually, I have two. When I bought the one, that my wife wanted the second.
Right. Well, yeah, just
Perfect.
yeah, beautiful bags. But we're not here to talk about bags today in my Go Flight. So, Nick, why don't you lay it on us here? What you got?
Well, thank you all for having us, Dave, and
Sure.
and Randy, and of course to the Sun and Fun volunteers and Gene, everything that they've done. It's just fantastic. We're really excited. We traveled 1,700 miles here, and my Go Flight's been around since 2010. And our business partners decided last year to look at FlightFlix, and owned by the Moore family at the time. And they decided to spend more time with family. So it created an opportunity for it to acquire a kindred business, and that business is FlightFlix.
Tell us a little bit about
Yeah,
FlightFlix. What is FlightFlix?
Yeah, FlightFlix, we make premium quality mounts for aircraft cameras. Camera mounts for aircraft. Think of it as a selfie stick for your aircraft. And so we have different products. We have some people that test out this products, and they put them onto a strut, or they put it onto an access panel or a tail, or some type of tie down. And so we have both those that are semi-permanent, and most of them are temporary. And so the Pilot Annie, I don't know if anyone's heard of her, but we think she's fantastic.
Right.
Takes some great images. Come by over in Sea Hangar, and you can see some of the videos that we have there. And other people use them, like RJ Gritter. And we're launched a affiliate program for that, because it really is about the videos and the training and what you get out of these videos with working with your CFI. After a flight, it's kind of like that Allstate commercial with the red flag. Here's the actual video proof.
Right.
And this is really powerful for CFIs to be able to take a client that high value and tell them that they're wrong, because here's the evidence. But I think it gets you more credibility. It's inexpensive to do. It takes some coordination, but we can mount basically to virtually any part of the aircraft, interior or exterior of helicopters, fixed wing, all kinds of vehicles and that type of thing. But
you brought a great prop. I assume you're in Hangar
C.
Hangar Charlie. So I'm sure you brought this great visual from your booth over to this radio station here. Those of you that have a capability of seeing some live streaming video, take a look at that thing. Nick has a great example of his product here. It looks like it's mounted to a strut. Tell me about the mount technology.
It is. Everything is premium first quality goods. CNC'd, most of them. The poly strap, I think, comes from the scuba industry, so it's already been tried and true against UV and that type of thing, so you know it's going to last a long time. And we have basically slim lines, and then we have some that get paired with some rods to get you that image of being about 10 feet away,
right.
And looking back, and people go, well, how do you not see the rod? Well, we think that there's some technology in the GoPros and Insta360 cameras that essentially see the rod, and then they eliminate it. And you look at it and go, how did you get 10 feet off?
So we're saying on this mount, we're saying no damage to the aircraft and not a heck of a lot of time to install when one gets the idea, hey, I want to.
Correct. Most of your time will be spent on, how you want the camera to work. The installation, super easy. Most of them are all no tools required. These are FAA compliant. And by the way, we have a great video on YouTube that shows an example and information about the FAA compliance and how to stay out of trouble and some suggestions. So I'd like anybody who'd like to look at that, go look at it now, and then send us some questions.
So you're saying it's light years ahead of duct tape? Because in the old days,
right. And some people do some, strange things. For example, you never want to put this on the outside of an aircraft and then tether it up.
Yeah.
If you tether it, it's just going to beat your airframe to death by the time you get down.
Well, I remember cables, duct tape. That's what you'd do back in the day.
That was the SOP back then, standard operating procedure.
Right. So nowadays, with this technology, some of the challenges with the cameras at elevation is it's a little colder, so performance of the battery is degraded just because of the cold. Also, it's because of this image stabilization. It makes for crystal clear images. However, it uses a lot of battery. And so we have technology that helps this vibration, and it's called our Vibex brand. And it will, think of it just kind of a marshmallow in between the camera and the airframe to eliminate that vibration, which will extend your battery life. You'll have longer videos and be able to travel, much further and see what you really want to see by using that technology to extend that life.
How easily is this mount moved from aircraft to aircraft? Let's say we have a number of different airplanes and want to put it from one to the other.
Or you can do it in 5 minutes.
Oh.
Almost anybody can do it in 5 minutes.
So you don't need an AMP or IA to install this thing. You can run out and just...
As with anything on an aircraft, the PIC has final say, and they need to be careful about any leading edges. Make sure that you're on it precisely. Trailing edges, make sure you're on it precisely. Otherwise, the poles don't line up exactly, and you could get some crosswind on that. And even though they only weigh maybe 9 or 10 ounces, the cameras, when you're going 250 knots or something like that, it's quite a bit. But we're sub 300 knots.
How can a person view, apart from what we're doing here in our video?
First, we want you to come to Sun and Fun. Please come out. Please come to Hangar C. We have a whole section dedicated to these types of mounts, as well as our interior mounts at MyGoFlight. You can visit flightflix.aero. And
say that again.
Flightflix.aero with an X. And so simple to do, and you can always call the office at 303-364-7400.
The problem I have with MyGoFlight actually is whenever I end up, and it could be any hangar, I'm talking even an Oshkosh, I land in your booth and I can't seem to get out because you've got a variety of merchandise there, adding now to the FlightFlix line, and I'm looking across at what I'm looking in the three-dimensional flesh here, and it doesn't have a big footprint at all.
It has to be mostly because of weight. We're very conscious about weight, and so small footprints, high quality materials, with safety in mind. That's what we want FlightFlix to help. And then the training aspect. The training aspect is huge when you review these types of images, where you can put an image from the panel, you can put a tail image. You can put one on the leading edge or of your strut and be able to really look at your approaches and your landings and really see, especially when you tie it with, say, a Cloud Ahoy, where you get the data, and then you can see the data and then see what the image did when you made an input. And so it's very, very powerful, and we encourage CFIs to look at it further and pilots, because it's a lot of fun.
Got it. Well, Randy Bibb, thanks for being with us, and got to say, Dominic Martins, I'm going to be showing up again in Hangar C here.
Thanks,
it's Sun and Fun 2024. remember me, I'll be the guy with the pocketbook. I'm going to need to buy one.
And the handsome hair?
Well, I got to get rid of the cable version on my wing strut. Did a lot of damage to my paint job. But no, remember, it was appropriate in the day. Well, you're listening to Sun and Fun Radio here on the deck. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. The weather is just nothing but perfect. The air show is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Through the week, looks like the weather's going to hold. Glad that you're with us. No mistake that you've tuned into Sun and Fun Radio on a Wednesday morning. David Kobaba coming at you. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back right after this.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day zero, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun and Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Redbird Flight. Redbird Flight is powering the future of flight training with devices, apps, and content that make it easier for you to master the art of flying. You can visit booths NE51 and NE52 to try the company's innovative flight simulation solutions for flight schools, universities, K-12 schools, and individual pilots. For more information, visit redbirdflight.com. Join the migration.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs?
Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
What's your story? Aviation Media exists to attract, educate, and empower youth in aviation. Aviation Magazine strives to give readers insight into the future of aviation by focusing on aviation students, mentors, educators, programs, events, and innovative approaches to the promotion and continued growth of the aviation industry. All week at Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo, Aviation is conducting interviews on our special tram supported by Delta Professional Services with a program called Tram Talk. Jump on the tram and tell us your story of how you got into aviation. Stop by our booth at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar for more details.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
By now, you've heard about the Paradise City Sunset Circus. It's the place to be from 7 p.m. to 8:30. Yonkers is the official sponsor of Paradise City. Stoll Invitational will happen where you have 11 pilots showing what's possible in short takeoff and landing demonstrations. Air Rhythma, Paramotor Flight Demonstration Team, SOCOM Parachute Demonstration Team, the Paracommandos, 3D RC Flight Demonstration by Yaz Josa. We'll see you at the Paradise City Sunset Circus.
And now back to the Sun 'n Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome to Sun 'n Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Go GRB. We are welcoming to you to the Sun 'n Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo with this beautiful weather on day number 2 of the Sun 'n Fun fly-in. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Jack. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Very
Awesome.
well. Enjoying this. I'm a Part 91 dispatcher. So we work with 3 aircraft that are in the hangar nonstop.
Right.
Sorry, not in the hangar, but flying nonstop. But
Right.
I mean, I know which 3 are in there.
Yeah.
And of course, yourself working for a company that is also with the same aircraft every day.
Absolutely. And,
There you
and
go.
all Part
Yep.
91, and
So-
trying to keep it moving.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of some of the difficulties I think that a private owner might have. So we're up here today with Flight Club with Matthew Fernandez. So, Matthew, kind of tell us as we're leading into this, where we have the aircraft that we don't have to worry about, being, what's the term, hangar queens, I think. So how do you help out with your company in that situation?
Yeah, that's actually where we step in. When you see those hangar queens on the ground, or you go to your local airport and see those poor girls sitting up there just waiting to be flown, we help owners get those girls flying. So when you go to an airport, there are a number of aircraft sitting there. We'll go to an owner and tell them, hey, we know the average owner only uses your airplane 40, 50 hours a year. Let's get that up to 100 or 200 hours a year and reduce your cost of ownership. And I know it's kind of unheard of in general aviation, but you can break even or even make money on your airplane.
The hourly operating cost, of course, is going to be reduced the more it's flown. So that's
Exactly.
another benefit for an owner, just to have it flown more, utilize more, not sitting. I'm sure that way if you're flying it, maintenance needs to be reviewed as well. But it's not just sitting, and it especially depends on the environment it could be sitting in too.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it too, right? Just keeping an airplane sitting, it actually increases your maintenance cost. You could have corrosion, you could have all sorts of things happening because that machine is not moving. So by moving your airplane more, you're reducing your hourly operating cost and reducing your sort of maintenance that is not planned for.
Flight Club is a company that started in Canada, you were talking about, but it's expanding.
Yeah, so we started in Canada about 4 years ago, and we've got 60 aircraft on the platform so far. Everything from a J3 Cub up to a Cessna 340. So we are expanding, and as of yesterday, April 9th, the start of Sun 'n Fun, we are now in the U.S. So we've got 2 listings so far here in Florida.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. We anticipate by the end of the week we should have a few more than that.
I'm an owner of an aircraft, I'm just for example, but I have got that, my time, my effort, my knowledge of the aircraft, it's my baby. how do I feel comfortable, handing it off to, Flight Club to ensure that that same value is going to be, handed off?
Yeah, and you're never actually handing off your aircraft to Flight Club. That's the biggest part about what we do. We know that as aircraft owners, our airplanes are our babies. So you want to make sure your baby is treated the exact same way that you would treat it. So if you come to Flight Club and you say, hey, I want to list my airplane, we go through a process and figure out what you're going to list it for per hour. You will tell us, hey, we'll use a Cessna 172 as an easy example.
Okay.
That's like a good basic trainer aircraft that everyone knows. So for a 172, you'll come, let's say we list it on the platform for $100 an hour. You as an owner will always get that $100 an hour. How Flight Club makes money is we'll take that and add 10% onto that.
Okay.
So on the platform, it'll show up at $110 an hour. And when pilots apply to fly, that's the price they'll see. So you finish listing, you've told us your pilot criteria. So you may say to us, hey, Matt, I only want pilots that have a private pilot license. They need to have 100 hours or more. And they need to fly 20 hours every 6 months.
So let me interject. Flight Club is not putting those standards in, but the owner is.
The owner makes all of those decisions.
Excellent. Okay.
But from a Flight Club perspective, we do have minimum currency
Good.
requirements.
Okay.
So at a minimum on simple airplanes, so Cessna 150, Cessna 172, Piper Cherokees, we mandate a minimum of 6 takeoffs and landings every 6 months. So at a minimum. And we do encourage owners to increase that as well.
So is there a deeper vetting process as well? Like, just from experience of going to if I go to a flight school, a random flight school, and want to go fly one of their planes, they'll usually require me to do a checkout flight.
Yeah, exactly. So once the aircraft is listed, the owner gets applications. The pilot will apply to fly, and the owner sees that pilot application. It's like, yep, I think this pilot's good, their medical's valid, they have a number of hours, and they meet all my other criteria. So I'm going to get this pilot to approve to the next step. So I click approve on the system, and that generates the pilot getting both an open book exam and the POH, the pilot operating handbook for the airplane. The pilot will complete that open book exam and bring that to their practical check flight, where they will go through kind of like a private pilot check or test for getting your license. And the pilot needs to complete all flight maneuvers and all ground handling to independent level.
So is any of that check flight stuff transferable? And the reason I ask that is, like, let's say I check out in a 172 with a G1000 here in Florida, and then I pick up Flight Club in Texas and want to go to another plane. Do I have to go through another process with another plane? Same process?
So it is easier when you're transferring within the Flight Club ecosystem, but you still, at a minimum, will have a check flight with an owner. So if you're current on a 172, you may not need to do the full check flight with a CFI or commercial pilot. But I mean, every owner wants to know that their airplane is being taken care of. I mean,
Back to
like
Jack's
I said,
point, absolutely.
my airplane's my baby, so I want to make sure you're going to fly it how I want it flown.
And then the last question that came to my mind is, how does the insurance work? Who has the onus on that? Is it the owner? Is it the pilot? Is it Flight Club? Or a combination of thereof?
Yeah, it's actually a combination, and that brings us into our next exciting news. But I'll talk about the 3 different options first. So in here in the U.S., currently pilots can get a non-owned insurance. Mm-hmm. There are some challenges with that, where if they're flying different aircraft, you need to ensure that you're getting a non-owned policy that covers the entire hull value of the airplane. And the owner will need to check that, yes, if they have a $50,000 policy and I've got a $100,000 hull, they can't fly until they upgrade that hull. The pilots can also be added onto the owner's policy as a named insured. That there are some insurance policies that allow for that. There are some that don't. Typically, with a named insured model, you can only add up to 5 pilots, and that's what we've seen so far in the U.S. market from all the samples policies that we've seen. Because the insurance question and the insurance hurdle is such a limiting factor, we ended up creating a fleet policy in Canada. And that fleet policy allows owners to join the Flight Club fleet instead of having their own independent policies. And they would have, basically they list their plane, they join the fleet. It's an open pilot clause, as long as the pilot meets some checkout requirements where there's no accident incidents in the past 36 months, and they complete the checkout process and maintain currency. So that's the exciting news part. We are hoping to get that same policy buttoned down and make it available to the U.S. market.
U.S. market, awesome. And I'm sure that would greatly help expand what you're trying to accomplish here.
Not even just what we're trying to accomplish, but what we've seen is that in the Canadian market, it's opened up access to so many people that usually would not have access to an airplane close to home.
Cool. So one of the other questions I've been asking all of our other guests is, what's your aviation experience? What got you into this? I mean, you just randomly fell into it, or what's your aviation background?
Yeah, so I guess when we first immigrated to Canada, we had come from India, and I had the opportunity as a 3-year-old kid to go up to the cockpit of the airplane, and it was amazing. I just saw all of the controls and had seen that, hey, this is what I want to do. So fast forward to when I was 16 years old, I was able to get my glider pilot license, and from there very quickly got my power pilot license, and I've been flying ever since. So
very cool.
I can see this being also for a retired or older generation that may not be flying as much as they used to. They just don't have maybe grandchildren, to hand it off to, or the opportunity. Maybe medical is becoming an issue, but they still want to retain ownership if they can. So this could be a value for that as well.
And we've had a few different groups that we've helped keep ownership of their airplane. I think some of the stories that Flight Club has generated where an owner lost his medical and we had introduced him to 6 pilots. He was still able to keep flying with his airplane because he's got this group around him. We had another individual, they had come on some hard times and were going to be forced to sell their airplane. Instead of selling their airplane, we introduced them to 15 pilots, and they actually made $7,000 on their airplane in their first year with Flight Club.
Okay, not a bad way for you. Maybe enjoying retirement, but you still got a little extra income as well. And forgive me, this may have been mentioned. I mean, are we talking about a set amount of hours that the operators are kind of working with you on, 10-hour minimums, anything like that?
So
they're shooting for?
The owners set all of their requirements.
Completely. Okay.
Some owners allow pilots to fly hourly. Some owners have minimum blocks that a pilot will need to buy after the check flight. Most owners that we see are 20 hours blocks per year, just so you're having someone consistent on the airplane and not just shows up one day and never shows up again.
Yeah, makes sense. And the owner can, kind of, put their time in for avionics if they're doing an upgrade.
Exactly.
Based around that as well, I'm sure, and all
Exactly.
So, an exciting sounds. I mean, this is a newer. Not maybe the idea, because I'm sure a lot of these ideas have been word of mouth. Tom was mentioning earlier, like, oh yeah, and I know of a guy that could use an aircraft for the weekend or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
But the liability kind of increases when it's just a friend to a friend, possibly. But you're covering all the loopholes, on that to ensure that both sides are covered.
And we do have a number of groups like Tom suggested that are using our platform just because we're an A to Z aircraft sharing solution. So we have public listings that are available for pilots to apply to, and we have private listings that groups, let's say us 3 buy a plane, we're like, we only want us 3 to fly it. But we can add 10 credits to each of us, and when we get to 0, then we know, like, hey, Tom's been flying a lot. He needs to put more money into the bank account.
Yeah, and then the owning of an aircraft 20 years ago to 10 years ago to today has never been cheap.
Yeah.
That is, that's not going to change. It's going to be increasing from year to year. I mean, insurance is going to be changing. Is there a limitation on the aircraft that you'd like to work with? Keep it just, strictly GA, getting away from turboprops or anything along those lines?
And I'll add on that too, because that's where my question was going.
Okay.
What about flight instruction? Do owners allow, as a flight instructor, that question now comes up is like, could I make one of these planes available and bring a student with me, or if the owner allowed it?
Yeah, so you definitely need at a minimum your private pilot license. As you know, you can't receive flight instruction outside of a flying school on an aircraft you do not own. So that same rule applies. If people are building time and then elect to get flight instruction outside of that, that is acceptable. But for the most part, you can't do your initial training with Flight Club.
Right. And that's by rules, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Matthew, we're going to tell you thank you for being up here today with this, outstanding project that you're doing. Welcome to Florida. Welcome to Sun and Fun. What brought you to Sun and Fun? What brought Flight Club? Was it just, we know that this is the largest air show taking place in the U.S. right now, or was it another creative idea? But what brought you this week down here?
Yeah, so we have a lot of Canadians that actually come to Florida, so a little bit of cross-brand recognition there.
Understood, yep.
We also know that there are 15,000 amazing general aviation pilots or general aviation airplane owners here in Florida. And we kind of saw Sun and Fun as a great way to step into the U.S. market and showcase Flight Club both to the U.S. and to the world.
Excellent.
So tell us again, where do we find you?
So here at Sun and Fun, you can find us at booth C49. If you want to look us up on the web or on Instagram, just search flightclub.life. Because we know aviation is a lifestyle, not just a hobby.
Excellent. Well, Matthew, we're going to do what we call a hot swap. We're going to let you step aside. Thank you for being up here today with Flight Club. We appreciate your time. We're going to let the PA get over. Visit Central Florida, I believe, is up next if they're here. Excellent. We're going to let them, swap you out while we do a few little, chit-chats up here. But one of the things that Dave Shellbetter was talking about this morning are shout-outs. You can find all that if you go to the Facebook page for Sun and Fun Radio and find all the links here. But one of the shout-outs we'd like to do is from Miss Shelley Blessing. And the shout-out is reading, the Joint Services Delayed Entry Program, SEER in Ceremony. The ceremony will be on Friday, April 12th, by the announcers stand 50 minutes prior to show start. So that's a great little shout-out for that event there. Thank you for sending that in, Miss Shelley. We appreciate that. Tom, coming up next on the deck, we're going to have Visit Central Florida. Central Florida being one of the most valuable family areas between, I'm not sure if we can actually say the location that's got the big ears, that the kids love to go to, or some of the other locations. But besides that, being in Orlando, Lakeland, Florida, of course, increasing in size with the amount of residents coming in, the amount of things that are here just, locally, besides Sun and Fun. And I know we also have Mr. Randy Bibb coming up as well. Randy's actually one of our co-hosts that's actually doing an outstanding job up here today. So Tom, Randy, I want to step away and let you guys kind of take over here, but we are here at the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 50th annual Sun and Fun, celebrating the 30th year out here, for the radio station. So welcome, gentlemen, and I'm going to step back.
Good morning. So we have Visit Central Florida, and we have Justin. Say your last name.
Yeah.
I read it twice, and I'm like, I'm afraid now.
No, it's all good. It's LaFerriere.
LaFerriere. Thank you. And welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say what brings you to Lakeland, but I know you're from here, so let's tell us what's going on this morning.
So Visit Central Florida is out on the grounds. We host we set up a welcome center each year for the International Flying and Expo. About a block away here from the Sun and Fun radio station, and we welcome visitors to not only to the fly-in, but to Polk County in its entirety. I mean, it is a 2,000 square mile county, so we're here on the grounds all week, promoting what there is to see and do.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot to see and do around here. I mean, we do the expo here every year, but Lakeland's a thriving city and all sorts of stuff going on here.
Yeah.
So what specifically is new this year?
So, the biggest thing, I guess, right now, particularly in Lakeland, we're just coming off spring training season, the 88th season of spring training for the Detroit Tigers. It's the longest running relationship for a Major League Baseball organization and a spring training home in all of Major League Baseball. So we just sent the Tigers back off to Detroit to start their season. We actually just came off of Russ Matt Collegiate Spring Training Invitational. It's the largest collegiate spring training tournament in the entire country. About 300 teams over 6 weeks come into Polk County.
Nice.
And then
how many people did that bring in?
People I'm not sure, but economic impact wise, we're about $40 million of economic impact over 6 week time span.
On a baseball tournament.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. So we actually recruited them back. It would have been the early 2000s. No, whenever the Indians left, mid 2000s. The Indians were in Winter Haven and they left to go out west Arizona. And then our organization, Visit Central Florida, went out and recruited Russ Matt to come into town during that same spring training time span. And at the beginning, they completely replicated the economic impact of what we lost in the Indians, but now they've far surpassed what we were seeing with the Indians.
Cool. So you guys have a building here on the Expo campus.
Yep.
What's going on over there? Oh, and tell us where it is.
Yeah, so it's just down the road. It's at the corner of Tom Mack and Laird Boulevard across from Hangar A. Blue building with a white roof. Like I said, we're the local information center, so we're promoting what there is to see and do, but in in the building itself, we have free orange juice samples from a local grove, for Ridge Island Groves out in Haines City. It's locally produced, fresh Florida orange juice, no pasteurization, no preservatives. The only place you can buy it is literally at the Orange Grove. So come on by and try it. It's real Florida orange juice. We've also got Haven Coffee Roasters, which is a local coffee roaster out of Winter Haven. They're in our facility as well. They actually are coming off winning the Golden Bean World Series, which is basically it means they have the best coffee in the world. They went over to Australia, competed in the competition, and won it. So they've got the cup there, but you can come by and try their coffee as well for a minimal cost. And then, of course, we've got all kinds of fun giveaways for the 50th anniversary, commemorative patches, postcards, earplugs if the air show gets a little bit too loud. Come on by and see us.
Well, it sounds like you guys are tracking numerous events, not just baseball we mentioned or Sun and Fun,
right?
But the overall impact in this county of Florida. What you guys are hosting a number of events or tracking a number of events. What different venues are you guys in the impact of Sun and Fun?
Yeah, so we do host. I think this past year we hosted just over 300 events with about $175 to $200 million in economic impact in totality. But literally, we'll put an event on any playable field in the county if we can, or any playable facility if we can. So outside of obviously Sun and Fun here at the Sun and Fun Expo campus, we have a large sporting complex. Lake Myrtle Sports Complex is actually where our headquarters is. It's 9 baseball fields and 11 soccer fields out in Auburndale, where we host a ton of events. There's a big park up in Northeast Regional Park close to my Welcome Center that I manage. And then, like I said, if it's an available field that's in playable condition, we're going to find a way to put something on it because for us it means heads and beds and cash registers ringing, which is economic impact here in the county.
Right. So back to Sun and Fun.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your take on Sun and Fun and the impact, and how you help us out, how we help you out.
Yeah. Sun and Fun, obviously, as you gentlemen both know, is as I'm told now, the second largest fly-in in the world, not just the country, but it is the largest convention in the state of Florida as well. So it's a marquee event, not only for us here in Polk County, but for the entire state. We, particularly this year being the 50th anniversary, we got together with the team here at Sun and Fun months ago to ensure that we had a strategic marketing plan in place, because this 50th anniversary literally only comes once in a lifetime for many of us. So we wanted to make sure that we got this right going into the Fly-In and Expo this year. So we've rolled out a multitude of different things from a marketing campaign, whether that be promotional items being in local restaurants and hotels, to billboard campaigns leading up to the concert last night and the Fly-In this week, to paid media, paid search, all that good stuff. So I think we've done a really good job this year leading up to the Fly-In. Like I said, we try our best every year to make sure that we have really good attendance with the team here at Sun and Fun, but the 50th anniversary is just something different, something special. We wanted to make sure we did it right coming into this Fly-In this year. But this literally is the event that buoys the month of April for us when it comes to a tourism tax collection, and we saw the impact from our tax collections being that the event was more into March last year, and then this year it's moved into April. So in March we were down a little bit versus the week last year because of the Fly-In, but we know that coming into April it's going to buoy our impact throughout the entire county. So this is one of the events that we mark on the calendar year in and year out to make sure that we do it right.
So no doubt we have visitors from every state in the country. I'm sure, I don't know if you track it, I hate to ask a question I don't know about, but international travel, do you have any matrix to track that?
That's a great question. For the entirety of the county, we don't. We dovetail off of the state numbers in terms of international travel. Here for the Fly-In, obviously the international tent is there where they track which countries have come into the Fly-In, but I could tell you from my perspective at the Welcome Center, and we have our flagship Welcome Center at the corner of I-4 and 27, which is about 7 miles west of Disney World. We've seen visitors from over 100 different countries come into Polk County.
Yeah, that's amazing. So we're going to come up on a break here pretty soon, but tell us again, where we find you on the field, where they can find you online, contact information, all the other stuff,
Absolutely.
And anything else you can think of that you might want to sneak in here in the next minute or so.
I appreciate that. Our building, again, is at the corner of Tom Mack and Laird Boulevard. We're right across from Hangar A. If you see the big Lemon over by the food court, we're literally across the street from the Lemon. come by and see us, grab some coffee, grab some OJ, grab some promotional items. But you can check us out at visitcentralflorida.org for anything and everything going on here in the county, including our events.
That's great. So I want to thank you for coming and filling us in this morning. It's great information, you know,
I appreciate
and good luck to you in getting this thing going and as we go forward. 'Cause, you know, next year it's going to be 51 and 52,
Absolutely.
and get to do it all over again.
I
So,
appreciate you
thanks.
guys giving me the opportunity to come talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming to see us.
Absolutely.
And Randy, you know, it's great to hear stuff like that. You know,
Well, it's not something that we normally think about. It's I'm a pilot. That's my day job, a pilot in aviation management. And this, you should think about these sort of things, but we really don't. So it's great information, and it opens up a new line of thought here on the behind the scenes.
Well, absolutely, and just how many people are coming and from how far away, and that they're taking advantage or making use of all these visitors and stuff like that. That helps our economy so much. So we're about to come up on a hard break here, so we're going to go to some commercials, and then we'll be back afterwards. So hey guys, take it away.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
What's your story? Aviation Media exists to attract, educate, and empower youth in aviation. Aviation Magazine strives to give readers insight into the future of aviation by focusing on aviation students, mentors, educators, programs, events, and innovative approaches to the promotion and continued growth of the aviation industry. All week at Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Aviation is conducting interviews on our special tram supported by Delta Professional Services with a program called Tram Talk. Jump on the tram and tell us your story of how you got into aviation. Stop by our booth at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar for more details.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, and also the 30th anniversary of the Sun and Fun Radio. Dave Kolbaba's up here with me. Forgive me, I did that yesterday too. Dr. K, as you reminded me.
Yes.
We got a compliment just a few minutes ago that we both have the voices for radio. I'm a full-time on-the-phone travel agent at times, so I'm on the phone nonstop trying to speak very slowly and clearly, but your profession actually brings you truly into radio.
Yeah, you've got a voice for microphones.
Well, thank you.
No,
thank
you
you.
do that.
And this year, thanks to Austin Straubel, we're on camera with live video as well, but we got to talk about real quick before we introduce the next person up here on the deck about Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which is a high school that's out here filled with a bunch of students.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
A large portion of these students are actually going for flight training. So with I'm sure every local community has that one special person. Our special person was Mr. James C. Ray. May he rest in peace. But a lot of his thoughts acquired to scholarships and funding to allow these students to have the opportunity to apply for scholarships.
Yeah.
So of course with that the flight training starts. And what better way to kind of segue into, but with your flight training you look for that very special instructor. But there's a group that we're up here with Miss Karen Kalashek with NAFI, the National Association of Flight Instructors. So good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Jack and Dave.
Good morning, good morning. So as I kind of mentioned, the instructors are the initial step of getting your pilot's license and starting off. So how does your association and your group kind of work with all that?
Well, first of all, I completely agree with you because no one's getting into that pilot seal
Nowhere.
with a certificate until they have their initial instruction, are they?
Absolutely, correct.
Yep. So National Association of Flight Instructors, and I am the chair, has been in existence 57 years already.
Jeez.
A long time.
You're beating Sun and Fun by just 7 years, but still a very good milestone.
Yeah. Now, I know I have a face for radio also, but I have not been instructing that long personally. But I am the fifth chair, only the fifth chair of the organization today.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent. Very good credibility.
So your tenure looks to be 10 years. I'm just doing the math. Sorry.
Yeah, thus far it's been 3.
Okay.
So I've got a few more to go.
Off to a very good start.
Yeah, we have been growing extremely rapidly, though. It's very, very exciting. Since I've come on board, we've gained over 3,500 new members.
Jeez.
Wow.
And we're already having a great show start this year, too, because not only flight instructors, but anyone can join the organization. That's kind of a well-kept secret.
What would you be describing a good definition of the associations? I mean, we're talking about flight instructors, in particular, but what's the best background to kind of introduce the instructors to, work with you on?
Yeah, well, if we first look at our visions,
Okay.
our vision statement is safe for pilots through flight instruction excellence. So that's the bottom line.
Excellent.
The goal is obviously safety in aviation.
Mm-hmm.
So
Are there sorry. Aren't there better flight instructors than others? And then my question, because I've witnessed them, my question is, what is the demarcation, the difference between a more desirable instructor, and how can we optimize that for new students? Because they wouldn't know, would they?
Yep. Well, one way that a student can, well, first of all, I completely agree with you. Everyone wants that caring, thoughtful, safety-forward instructor who understands that whatever they teach is primary. It creates that bottom-line foundation upon which we later build. As a pilot examiner also, I can tell you, I see how fundamentally important that is. And it really, really shows when someone comes for an exam whether or not they've had that excellence in flight instruction or someone who is simply, checking a box somewhere. And just because someone is a flight instructor's putting their hours together, forwarding to another career such as airline, doesn't mean that they can't be an excellent flight instructor. It really comes down to their dedication while they're in that profession to learning themselves, developing proficiency, realizing their responsibilities as a flight instructor, that they are teaching fundamental skills that are going to last a lifetime.
So you're ensuring that they actually have a professional aspect that they continue with from any part of their career. But I'm sure there's a code or a listing that they have to follow if they join NAFI as well.
Yeah, actually, we have a NAFI Code of Ethics.
Excellent.
Yeah, and one way that, and we've actually created a listing of things that people that are getting into training can ask of any flight school, any instructor, asking them key questions to help identify if this person's really invested in them as the pilot. Now, a good instructor cares more about the people they instruct than themselves, really. It's like parenting in a way.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
too, Jack, it wasn't too many years ago, just to let you know, that, flight instructing in general, while the principle flying has not changed, how we teach it is different. It wasn't too long ago, and I mean this, not too many decades ago, that in my airplane, it wasn't unusual for the flight instructor, as would be advanced in teaching, to shut the engine down and make a dead stick landing. That was not that unusual for a flight instructor to do that with a well-seasoned student. What is that now not a part of the practice at all? So even flight instructing in general has, glass cockpits and GPSs versus LORAN. The instruction, I'm sure, has morphed.
Well, if you think about it, even as an aviator, I think we can all understand that years ago, if you transition between airplanes, it was really about what are the differences in the configuration, gear, the switches. It was really about the V speeds, things like that, the aircraft, because we're all used to the same avionics, weren't we? No matter what you were flying, it was pretty much the same six-pack. Well, now the world's changed, right? So as much, if not more, emphasis on what are the avionics. And we're such a state of flux right now. Flight instructors may have to jump from something with a traditional six-pack and maybe a VOR to something that's a G1000 with a
completely
GFC
digital,
500
talking
autopilot.
to you, nonstop.
Right, right. So it's that continual education for all of us, that we have to commit to. Just building on one of your earlier questions, an easy way to tell if you're looking for an excellent flight instructor would be looking for something you'd see on my shirt, Master Instructor, right? Yeah, so Master Instructors are recognized by the FAA. This is an FAA-approved program that is administered by the professional associations that have criteria that instructors have to meet, and it's renewed and reviewed every 2 years.
Perfect. I know I want to look for the value and safety with the 135 operator, so I look for their Argus rating, or there's another company, Wyvern, I believe, out there. So they've gone through those accreditations to make sure that they've achieved it. So this is a membership. So this is a membership program. So we're looking at a one-time membership fee, yearly, annual membership fee for the instructors. How does that work out?
Okay, are you talking about the NAFI program?
Back on the NAFI, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah. So NAFI's annual fee, just to mention that, it's $59, but we do have a show special.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, and I mentioned our vision, but to support that vision of safer pilots, our mission is promoting flight instruction excellence through mentorship, education, and advocacy. So those are the three key areas we focus on as an association. But we have a lot of great member benefits. Big one for any member, flight instructor or not, is 33% off for flight.
Oh, yeah, that's
not a bad deal.
No,
Yeah, we
that's
actually-
not a bad deal.
Everyone makes money simply by joining because of that discount.
For flight ain't cheap.
That's true.
Nope. I know we'll have ForeFlight up here on the deck, later in the weeks to talk about that one, but just a great concept.
but we
very,
have
very
a-
good concept. Karen, we'll come up to the last minute here, but of course, if I am an instructor, I can of course go to NAFI as well if I want to be job placed, I believe. So if I'm looking for a job, there's also that opportunity.
Yep, we have for members, we have things like a job board. We have special interest groups for specialized instructors like seaplane instructors, glider instructors,
Wow.
instrument
Okay.
instructors. We have 9 of those groups. We have a bi-monthly magazine dedicated specifically to flight instructors and free copies of that, several issues, free copies in our booth, which is in Hangar A at booth 82.
Excellent. And of course, for those, few that aren't able to come to the show, they can find you online, of course. At what website?
That would be www.nafinet.org.
Once again?
nafinet.org, nafinet.org.
Karen, thank you for being up here, Chats from the Deck Live from the 2024 Sun Fun Aerospace Expo. So we're going to go to a break here in just a second, but Karen, we appreciate you being up. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack and Dr. K.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Phillips 66 is proud to present the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center located at the island. Whether you're looking to chart your course or stay updated with self-serve weather services, we've got you covered. The Pilot Welcome Center operates daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feel free to drop by and discover the exciting products and services offered by our sponsor, Phillips 66. Make sure to turn in your Sun and Fun Pilot registration card to be part of the Pratt & Whitney Fly in Style program and have a chance to win fantastic prizes drawn from the submissions.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Oh, what a welcome back. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, just offset here from the radio station. You can't miss it if you're walking through main admissions. We are coming to you live from the Sun and Fun 2024 Expo, the best of what is in entertainment right now. We are at Lakeland International Airport, which is the busiest airport in North America right now. So if you're flying in, listen to your ATC controllers, be safe, which is not always the case, which we understand. So I'm here next to Randy Bibb, and Randy, not trying to, sound like the events are going to happen this week, which, they're out there keeping everybody safe, but sometimes events happen. So I think you get a guest here now that helps out with those certain occasions. So take it away.
Right. Well, thank you. We're here with Allie Palmer, and we've all heard of these and helped out, I hope, or at least donated to 501c3 corporations, lending assistance around the world for different missions. And Allie's group, it's JAARS, J-A-A-R-S. They have a very unique mission statement. I guess in a nutshell, they rescue the rescuers. So tell us, Allie, what is JAARS in a nutshell, your mission statement?
Yeah, so JAARS stands for Jungle Aviation and Relay Service. And our goal is to just cover that last mile of missions. So where the road ends is where we pick up with our special purpose airplanes, four-wheel drive vehicles, boats, and we get missionaries to where they need to go.
So you said RVs and four-wheel drives and boats. So you were at Sun and Fun. You're not just airplanes?
No, we are not. That's my favorite part of our branch, but we are not just airplanes.
Well, excellent. So you have quite a footprint, I hear, around the world. Let's say we're in Papua New Guinea, and Jack and I are on a mission, and we have an aircraft. We lose a mag out in the bush. We can't go. What's my process? How do I get in touch with JAARS? And can you help Jack and I, complete this?
And I'm hungry. I mean, I'll eat all my rations quickly. I mean, I'll be depending on you.
Well, hopefully, if you're one of our pilots, you have your A&P, so you can get that done. But, you would call up our base. We have bases in country, so in Papua New Guinea, and probably one of our guys in the helicopter would fire up and be out there with any tools and food you needed in 30 minutes or so.
So Jack's a dispatcher. He has some background there, Jack.
Yeah, there's the situations that but luckily for Part 91 we do such a good organized job. But there is the occasion where we get an AOG aircraft, much different story from what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But there is that panic. There is that okay, well now we've got 6, 7, 8 passengers that are stuck. So that might go to a 135 operation. Yeah. But much less of what your services are able to provide. But we do get that kind of panic feeling.
Yeah.
And on my side, it becomes a panic like I don't know what to do.
Mhm.
I really don't, at times. So, I mean, it sounds like your company's actually, taking that, and making it more of a relief as needed.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something that I really love about JARS is their commitment to training and excellence. And so in those moments when, you're out of sorts, you revert back to training. And that's something that we do there in the base in Waxhaw is like we're training. So you don't have to think about some of those things.
So you're 501c3, so we can donate cash. Cash is king, obviously.
Yeah, right.
We can donate airplanes, or tools, or whatever you need to complete or help with these missions.
Yeah.
What sort of relationship do you have with other 501c3s, specifically in your, I guess, genre of flying, your missions, and how do you work with others?
Yeah, that's another thing that I really love about JARS is where we lack or where we have abundance, we can work together really well with organizations like Mission Aviation Fellowship or Africa Inland Mission that they use airplanes to do similar things just in different areas of the world. So yeah.
Well, you're at the right place. I mean, Sun and Fun is, of course, an air show taking place right now, but it's under the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which is also just a large fundraiser to provide additional funding for the youth or programs that they have going year-round. So, but without the support and help of financial backers, anonymous.
Yeah.
I don't need fame. I just want to, donate the time or money, aircraft, whatever is available. Take advantage of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us that are out there that are just financially more capable than others. So, but what better way to help support a group like yours than just time, money, dedication.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I'm a pilot, and I want to get involved with JARS. Plenty of time. I looked at your website. I meet all of your requirements to come on board.
Yeah.
What sort of a commitment are you looking for? I know some folks want full-time, and if you do, that's fine. But what sort of commitment are you looking for? Qualifications, background. What's the perfect person or person you can work with to bring on board to help you out?
Yeah. Well, if you've already got your pilot's license and, all the way up through commercial, be great. I think our minimum is about 500 hours to be able to go on the field, and then you can come. But we love the long-term commitments, but we also can take 1-2 years. We have a couple different programs going on now that are geared toward, we've got an apprenticeship program that's geared for people that have their license but maybe need a little bit more training so that we can send them somewhere overseas, such as like Papua New Guinea or whatnot. But
again, I'm a little bit single-minded here, being a pilot in aviation. I focus on that, but qualified drivers to drive your vehicles and emergency vehicles, and EMTs and field nurses and flight surgeons, and so you just need all of these folks to reach out and volunteer their time to help you guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love that. We have spaces, obviously outside of aviation, we have 4-wheel drive vehicles. We operate boats. Qualified personnel are few and far between often, and we've seen that in the regular world, and it's even more so in the mission world.
Not only that, Jack, it's all of the support industry, to support these missions, food services and mechanics, and the list goes on and on.
Yeah, probably even just the shipping for those products to get back and forth, to these locations as well.
Yeah.
Allie, is there an example you can give as far as the in-depth services that have been provided through JARS to a certain event, or is that going to be too detailed?
Yeah. Oh gosh.
So obviously, definitely too detailed, which means your company has that much involvement, from start.
We do.
Well, not from start to finish, but there for what did you call it, the last mile?
Yeah, the last mile. We're covering that last mile. So everything from logistics. We even we do a lot of shipping and containers in and out of Waxhaw, coordinating that. We have maintenance. We do overhauls. Right now, we have our Helio Courier with us, as well as one of our 4-wheel drive vehicles, but we do all the maintenance on that and make sure tear it down ground up. So
now you're for those actually watching live on YouTube, they're going to see your beautiful face, and of course listening to us live atc.net/SNF. But actually for those here on the field, where are you located?
We are located in the Future in Flight southeast corner. in the Mission Aviation tent.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk about Future in Flight here on the chat later today. But yep, gives a good opportunity once you come through the general gate.
Yeah.
And be right there on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So, Randy, again, this is an opportunity I won't get into with my flight knowledge and all that. And it really but when the situation's there, JARS can be air, land, and sea.
Yes.
Correct. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. So, an appreciated group. It's got to be. I mean, we never know.
Yeah.
But when we know that help is there, it's just that peace of mind.
For sure.
So you have sign up. I can come over to your booth right now and get some info and sign up. And regardless of what I do, hey, I'm a pretty good cook. Or, whatever you need. I'm sure, like we said, you have all these support person. I know flying an airplane, you've got some 30 to 50 people behind that airplane making it fly. I think the same thing stands true for driving a truck or four-wheel drive vehicle off-road in the bush. There's all the support that goes into that.
For sure.
Yeah, this is not a TV show. I mean, this is reality.
Although it would be a great
documentary. So hopefully someday we get to see the behind the scenes of what it takes place.
Ironically enough, we actually did just make it. Last year was our 75th anniversary, and so there is a documentary you can watch.
How many years?
75 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, is this a documentary that'll be seen televised or?
It was not televised, but it is on our website at jars.org.
Okay, excellent. Which is actually a good point as we're coming down to the last 15 seconds here. So, Allie, thank you for being here with JARS. And again, if they're not able to make it to the show, where do they find you on that website again?
You can find us at jaars.org.
Excellent. This is Randy and Jack here with Allie from Chats from the Deck Live, the 2024 Aerospace Expo with Sun and Fun. We appreciate it. We're going to go to break.
Thanks.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788. 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit mono-wing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Have you been to Paradise City recently? Light Plains is an area that's also known as Paradise City. This aircraft operations area has static displays, 60-plus exhibits, and the Sunset Aerial Circus. You can attend educational forums on a variety of light plane topics. The lineup is available in the Sun and Fun daily schedule. All of this and more can be enjoyed within view of the 1,400-foot grass runway, where aircraft operations are conducted almost all day and only stopping during the main air show.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Get ready for the thrill of STOL, short takeoff and landings. The fastest growing sport in general aviation is making a comeback at the Grass Strip in Paradise City. Don't miss the STOL Invitational, part of the Sunset Aerial Circus, showcasing breathtaking skills on April 9th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. Visit flysnf.org for all the details. Proudly sponsored by Junkers Aircraft and supported by our valued sponsors. Join us for an unforgettable experience in the sky.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you through the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning, Sun and Fun, and welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 30th birthday for Sun and Fun Radio.
Yeah, but I still don't agree with you, though.
In which manner?
Well, I just think, I don't want to air dirty laundry, but I just find that you're very judgmental.
A little bit, yeah.
It's a turnoff.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you need to think about, before you say something.
Well, my current life change was getting married. So she judges me a bunch. You're not wearing that out of the house, are you? Oh, honey, come on. I mean, it's green and black. It kind of matches. Yeah. You're not wearing your company colors to work today. So, we're all a little judgmental in different areas. But as Dr. K is up here with me, good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Great day. I'm a little nervous, though.
In which manner?
Whenever I'll go to court, you just feel nervous a little bit. Even if you're not guilty, you think. And I also have restored an airplane, and I've hadn't flown for 26 years, and at any particular point, you never really think that you get the airplane up to snuff, but you want it to be flyable. For me, it wasn't show quality; it was more flyability, safety, and all that. But you never really know if you really are up to the task unless you had somebody to truly evaluate would know how to evaluate such things.
Exactly. Which brings our next set of guests up here on the deck, the 2024 Sun and Fun judges for aircraft judging. So David Wetmore is up here with his two guests, Jack and Dale. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Excellent. So David, as Dr. K was describing, we take the value in keeping an aircraft very nice looking and ready to be restored or worked on. So aircraft judging, what are we actually judging out there besides just the general aspect of aircraft?
We judge all the different classes of airplanes. Okay. We have antiques, home builds, seaplanes, vintage, water or air warbirds, choppers, LSAs, ultralights, and contemporaries that we judge at. And we also give out an award for the best indoor and outdoor exhibit here at Sun and Fun. Okay. And then, at 6 o'clock on Saturday, we will have a banquet, and we will announce all the winners for all the different classes that I just gave you.
Okay.
And we have at our group over there, we have about 60 judges. Our goal this year is to look at 100 airplanes.
Wow.
And we want to judge 100 airplanes. That's our goal. Last year we hit about 81, and we gave out 42 awards. Just because we look at you doesn't mean you're going to get an award. It does mean that, we're very happy to look at you. If you got a nice airplane, we'll look at it, and if we see workmanship and it's not quite up to one of the higher awards like Grand Champion or Reserve Grand Champion, we give workmanship awards and things like that. Dale, I'd like him to give you an example of how the standard is set for airplanes and how we use the standard to judge the airplanes.
Well, we adhere to the EAA judging standard. We adhere to the EAA judging standard so that there's a consistency between us and Oshkosh.
Okay.
But we're not Oshkosh. We operate in our own way.
Absolutely correct.
We operate with our own. I used to know how to do this.
Your own?
With our own way of doing things.
Okay.
This is Sun and Fun. We're here with our T-shirts and having fun and eating our bologna sandwiches for lunch. We're all very happy to be here. It's a big, happy family and a nice reunion. We love it here.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we still use the EAA standard so that there will be consistency in the classifications of aircraft and the judges' standards that are applied.
But we got to imagine that I'm sure at least 50%, that's probably a weak number, of the pilots that fly in here are also flying up to Oshkosh.
That's probably pretty close. Who knows?
Rough,
I'd say that's pretty close.
With it being the two busiest air shows in the U.S., it's got to be a rough average. So keeping those standards,
a lot of people
equal,
come here. A lot of people come here. It also goes to Oshkosh.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It's a good chance to get out of the snow.
It is. Yep. So
we consider this to be a tune-up.
Yeah, good points. Yep.
Now, while we cannot converse with the owner of the aircraft while we're judging it, they can come by and ask us later on, for tips and tricks of things to look for.
Is there such a thing once you get ready to roll with your airplane that you do the circuit, if you will, like show it as much as you can as soon after you're done doing what you did to improve it for judging?
It's certainly that if somebody has a really nice airplane, they're going to come here and they're also going to go to Oshkosh. And to be honest, a lot of our judges judge in both places. We have a category of judges that come back and forth and do both places and have different things that they do in the two shows. So it's certainly a collaborative effort.
Well, that was actually a good point that, if mine just got maybe just honorable mention or something, for example, and I'd like to improve upon that for next year, they do have the opportunity to at least come by and ask for hints. Maybe not what was exactly wrong. Did I understand
it's
that correctly?
not an official program, but they can come back and ask us after the judging has been done.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. I'd like Jack to give us, he's kind of new to this. I think, what is it, a third year, Jack?
As judge.
As judge. I'd like him to give you his point of view as being a new person on the block and how things look for, out of his eyes.
Well, it's fairly simple to say. To be able to support an organization like this, 50 years on, in a small way that at its core is a celebration of life in the third dimension. And it's a privilege to do it, to follow in Dale and David's footsteps, to experience it, and to share the passion of flying with anyone and everybody you come across. So, in a nutshell, that's it.
Yeah, the word family keeps getting used over and over and over, but this aviation community is an aviation family in many different aspects.
Yes.
And if you have something that you've put your time and effort and work into and you want to show it off, this is the best opportunity to do it. And I'm sure that, we talk about Grand Champions, we'll talk about that here, coming up real quick too, but I'm sure this is an opportunity that if they do have an award-winning aircraft, that there's a little bit of pride, the little gold star they get to wear, but I'm sure there's other opportunities for, to be publicized in magazines or newspapers, online articles as well, so it continues on, like you said, to just, pass along in the family as well.
Is there a baseline of vetting process, even mentally or written out, to start or to begin the initial thought that my airplane could be judged? Any criteria with respect to the minimums?
In the last couple of years, we've started going out and soliciting planes. We have a paper that we put on the plane. It doesn't say you're going to win anything. It just says, we like your airplane. Would you like to have it judged? And we put that paper right on the plane so that the pilot, the owner, can see it and register his plane, and we can take a look at it. We're out there, beating the bushes, trying to find more planes to look at. The only way we're going to get to 100 is we've got to get out and find the planes. This morning I looked, and we had 24 planes that we've already judged, and that puts us on track to get to 100. And that's what we want. We want to get those numbers. Usually it ends up around 50% get an award. They're great planes. There's nothing wrong with any of them, but there's some that are just a little bit better. Another point is that our system allows us to give more than one award to a plane. Now, let's say this year you get best whatever. Okay, let's say best warbird or best contemporary, and that's good. That says that you did a good job. But you get those hints. You learn how to move it up a notch. Maybe next year you can get a Grand Champion Reserve. And then the year after that, you've learned a little bit more, and you can get Grand Champion. And that's the way we do it. As long as you move up, get a higher award, you're allowed to do it. Now, once you hit Grand Champion, that's it. You've made the grade.
And then, David, with the 50th anniversary this year, I think some of these Grand Champions have been asked to come back and showcase once again.
That is correct. The group here, headed up by Gene Conrad and Laura Vaughn, have contacted. We put together our list of previous Grand Champions and reserve Grand Champions, and they've contacted them, invited them back, and offered some perks for them to come down here and show their plane, put it out so everybody can see it. There's a special prop tag that goes on it, says that this is a Grand Champion, a previous Grand Champion, and they're just beautiful airplanes. But yes, they did bring down some more people to try to get them down here.
Does rarity have anything to do with judging?
Maybe just a tiny bit, because there are some planes that there's only 1 and 2 copies of, and if you're good enough to get it in here, maybe Dale could speak more to that.
Bear in mind that the aircraft is judged against a standard, not two airplanes judged against each other. Okay, so something just because the rarest whatever comes in doesn't mean it's going to win, because there's nothing else out there to be better than it. The next airplane has to be judged against the standard. And that answers the question you had earlier, is there a baseline? And yes, there is a baseline, because the judging sheets for each different category still have a minimum that must be met before the aircraft can be compared to the other aircraft in its class on the point score. I would also like to point out that many people come in here and they don't believe that their aircraft is worthy of being judged, and they are absolutely incorrect, which is why we're having to go out and sort of harvest, aircraft, because their owners are so humble about it.
Yep.
You have people that know that they're building the winner, and there's people who don't know that their airplane is a winner.
If I brought my aircraft in, of course, we're going to stop at the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center. Is there information there they can find out on how to be judged?
Primarily at where you register your plane.
Okay.
All right, home builds would have a place. Contemporaries have a place. A lot of them go to vintage. That'd be where you'd find antiques, vintage airplanes. They would find the registration forms there. And if we can find somebody that we think, hey, we need to look at this plane, we'll put a registration form right on the plane with a sheet that says, hey, we like your plane. How about letting us judge it?
How does a judge, not to be judgmental, that might be a criteria. How does a judge become a judge?
That's a good question. And Jack is in charge of that, and he'll tell you the whole story.
Well, the upfront side of all that is you would fill out an application. You would give your history, your criteria, and your reason for wanting to be a judge and why you would like to contribute. Back to what I mentioned earlier, it's a privilege, not a right. So there's a bit of a vetting process to go through on that, and let's call it a year or so to go through, prove your mettle, prove that you're sincere and wanting to do this, and kind of reveal the real reasons why. Once you go through that, you'll get invited back, provided everything works out, and you've made a commitment to move forward. So actual paper hanging on the wall criteria, that's not as important as your passion or your sincerity to do it.
Sun and Fun asks volunteers to do 20 hours of service per week. We do 40 to 60.
Yeah, the judges are out there every day, starting on Tuesday, and we come in early. I've been here since Thursday and been working every day, but that's just what we got to do.
Right.
And we had a person came to us yesterday, and he found out what he had to do, and he said, "Nah, that's not for me." And you know, most of our judges put in 8 to 12 hours a day for the 4 days that we're judging. You know, they have a lot of work to do because it's not just looking at the airplane.
This is not a beauty contest
No.
with one winner just because it's
No.
nice and shiny. That's
Yeah.
not
No.
what you're
No,
looking for.
we're absolutely trying to get the best airplanes to the best awards that they possibly can
Excellent.
How long does it take? I know limited with the airplane, you know, bomber versus a Cessna. What kind of a timeline does it take to begin and finish a proper assessment?
You're probably putting in an hour to an hour and a half per standard aviation, you know, a small plane, a 4-passenger plane that you're going to look at. That probably, and now if you get into bigger planes, it can take 4 or 5 hours to go through.
And you're trying to get up to 100 this week.
Yep.
So
Is
amazing.
it one judge per airplane, or do you
No,
guys-
we have groups.
Excellent. So David, Dale, Jack, we thank you for being on the deck today again with us. You know, continue what you're doing. Please do. David, yes, sir.
I got one more thing.
Go for it.
If you'd like to find us, we're Sun and Fun Aircraft Judges.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you have an email for us, it's snfjudges@gmail.
There you go. So keep it nice and shiny, but remember that's not the only thing that's going to be looked at. So, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to ask you to go ahead and step away. We've got another guest coming on board, but Dr. K and I are going to stay up here and just
Thanks,
do
guys.
a quick little
Appreciate
shout out.
ya.
So, Miss Monda Thompson, and actually would like to have a little shout out presented up here. So, Miss Monda Thompson, presenting the Sun and Fun workshops. We'd like to thank Lincoln Electric for sponsoring our welding workshops. The workshops are actually a hand-on opportunity for anybody walking through the gates to have a chance to do fabricating, I believe, metal work. There's just a couple opportunities. I believe you can make a wing rib, possibly. I know one year there was actually a wooden prop you could make. So the hands-on workshops are a great opportunity to learn the true aspects of how to make an aircraft.
That's when we speak to the audience, those that are here understand the micro view. Then you've got people just stepping in to know that there are workshops.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And step into those workshops.
My children have actually made a few creative things over the years, and they may sit on the shelf, but it's just a memory and understanding that you're putting not just time and effort into it, but actual true hands-on. The labor that goes in and what actually could happen with doing it incorrectly. There might be a few little bumps on the thumbs at times, but you never know. But Dave, we have Florida weather today, so
yes.
I mean, based on your knowledge, what is the best advice for everybody coming in today with this Florida weather?
Some basics. I think people don't understand or don't feel the effect of the sun, especially people from the north come down, or you feel like you're getting the warm rays of sun. Feels good. Good to wear, like I'm doing here, even a couple layers of clothes over. I know sunscreen is somewhat provocative these days. Also, hydrate. Stay away from the caffeinated drinks.
Excellent.
Because they are dehydrating.
And that's what I'm saying. You're going to be proud of me because I've got this in hand, and it's been going nonstop. So we actually, doing a little promo here. But we actually have next up, Randy Bibbs going to be taking over my spot as he presents the next guest. Or actually, he's going to take over Dr. K's spot. So, Randy, we have actually a gentleman here that's probably got a voice a little stronger, a little better than ours at times. But
not nearly as good looking as
Not nearly as good looking. So with that, we would like to thank Austin Straubel International Airport for providing the funding, the sponsorship for these live cameras we got this year. Coming to you live on Facebook, coming to you live on liveatc.net/Sun and Fun. You can find us on Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sean Straker.
Starker. That's pretty,
thank you.
close.
See,
Right.
this is my first time seeing your last name, but with Sarasota Avionics. So Randy had a chance to talk to Sean a little bit off the deck there. So I'm going to hand it off here to Randy as I, sit here and listen for a second.
Well, great. Yeah, good to have you here today, Sean. A lot of us in aviation wear multiple hats. Mechanic, pilot, avionics, whatever. We all dabble in a number of things. And having a discussion with you before this interview, you sound like you're that guy.
That's it. That's Sarasota Avionics sort of aims to be all things to all people, right? We it's a welcoming environment over there, and that's kind of how we approach services and offerings that we have. It's kind of a little something for everybody. I mean, we do full service maintenance. We do avionics installs, and I mean we'll take it a custom piece. You bring it in, you tell us what you need done, and then that's how we're gonna operate from there.
I know you guys certainly are a go-to. I mean, certainly are a go-to if you can't get it done locally, and it's a huge job, full-on install, a complete rip-out of a Gen 1 airplane and all new Garmin Stag, G3, whatever Garmin will support. You guys support Garmin. Garmin supports you guys there.
Well, that's it. We're one of the largest Garmin installers in the U.S. So we certainly we love Garmin. We love Garmin products, and although we are one of the largest Garmin installers, we do offer Avidyne, Aspen. So we've got a really complete line. If you want to come in and you want to mix it up a little bit, or you have just an absolute preference, because pilots are known for having a preference.
Come on.
So
really?
No, I mean, they really like it specific. They like what they like, and that's kind of what we aim to provide is putting that custom piece together.
So from my Piper Cub all the way up to a Global Express, you guys can look under the hood and do what we need done.
Bring it in. We'll pop the hood, see what's going on. We do, of course, experimental. The GA market, rotary as well. So we've expanded into rotary aircraft. It's nice to welcome in the whirlybirds from time to time into any of the locations, which are growing. I mean, we're expanding. We've opened a couple of new hangars, expanded our locations, and then opened a recent location at the Peter O. Knight Airport in Tampa. So that's pretty exciting as a full service maintenance facility.
Which is, to me, not confused with just the title. So Sarasota Avionics, but if I don't bring my aircraft in for an annual, for example, that can be maintained and worked on at your facility.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have
So, fully across the board.
Really? Yeah, absolutely. Come on in, and we'll even serve you a nice cup of coffee if you like. I mean, we are a full service provider here.
Phase inspection on my King Air or jet.
There we are.
Wow.
Yeah, come see us.
Now, Sean, of course, you're Central Florida, based and local. I mean, the company has, of course, standards they got to maintain, through FAA regulations and all that. But I'm thinking of the upgrades and changes that take place between, let's go on the avionics side. Bluetooth is changing every year, it seems like. There's going to be new audio, requirements, for certain equipment and stuff like that. So how does a company like yours stay up to date on all these changes?
It's really tough. It is almost a full-time job. That's a great question. It so much in aviation changes, and what was the thing a year ago really might not be anymore. I mean, you come out with the touch screens, and the way that things are progressing so fast is it's amazing. I mean, it's hard to keep up often, but we do. Like I say, it's a full-time job. We have a large staff who is they're all. Many of them are pilots, A&Ps, and so they're obviously out with field testing and using and staying on the pulse of what the aviation industry is doing, so that we can bring that back to the shop and then offer that or advise, educate. That's another thing that we really like to do is we sit down and talk over what your project is, and if we can add in some education, then that's something that we'd like to do, maybe advise of some products that folks were not aware of. Like that, there's a new a product that we're carrying, the Fire Frost system. It's a certified fire suppression system for the Cirrus, the SR-20 and the SR-22. This is a really neat, kind of a cutting-edge piece of equipment, and we're just starting to carry that and get the word out about what that can do and the safety that can bring to Cirrus pilots. Of course, we are an authorized Cirrus maintenance facility. Okay. So that's we get a lot of Cirrus pilots coming in. It's great to be able to tell them what the new things are.
You're talking about being a Cirrus authorized. I mean, is that across the board with other companies as well, or is Cirrus just a primary company you work with? Meaning, I'm sure there's also other companies that would prefer to have you authorized as a service center. Am I thinking that correctly?
Right,
so,
sure.
So I'm not a pilot, so I'm trying to figure out the terminology with that maybe.
That's right. So we are a preferred Cirrus maintenance facility, as well as a certified Mooney service facility as well. So we see a lot of neat Moonies coming in from all across. 1970 was recent that came in. I mean, so we've had some really nice antique Moonies coming in. So we kind of runs the gamut on our tarmac out there.
And I'm sure, Randy, you could probably answer this a little bit better, but a lot of these pilots would like to schedule Florida-based maintenance instead of trying to schedule something up north anywhere, or different conditions. Where here in Florida, we don't see the snow, conditions or ice conditions or anything. So, I'm sure they're coming in all over from the U.S. To have Sarasota Avionics work on the aircraft.
Oh yeah, winter's busy for us, of course.
Sean and I just had that discussion off air about some maintenance in the near future on it. We have a Phenom 300 and a couple of Honda jets that I fly, and so we've had that discussion.
That's
so
it.
what's the latest and greatest? What's the thing that folks are looking for right now? What do you see? You probably see the trend, and so what do they want now?
Well, of course, the touchscreen is big. I mean, everybody loves the touchscreen operation, the NXIs, and it ease of operation, right? From 1970 to a complete retrofit panel is a complete different animal. I mean, and it's getting so popular that guys are coming in and it's just, I want the touchscreen. I want to fly easier. I want my workload to be easier, and so that's really it. I mean, there's still a whole cadre of older pilots that longtime pilots come in. They still love the steam gauge, and they just love what it does for them. But on the whole, obviously, workload reduction is available now with touchscreens, and autopilots have taken just a massive step up with, auto landing kind of in the research and development phase with GA aircraft, and so it's not going to be long before that workload will be taken away from the pilot, and that's kind of what a lot of individuals are looking for. They want to get in, they want to fly, but they don't want to have to put in a ton of work to manage the aircraft to get from point A to point B.
So I know it's a hard question to answer without a parts list in front of you, but let's say I did have a mid-'80s 182 that I wanted to complete rebuild on. Timeline.
A timeline? Of course, every build is different. We could probably get you scheduled and get you in and out a couple of weeks.
Well, that's job security for you guys. So
That's right.
You're doing great. So, Sean, we appreciate your time up here on the deck. We're about to go to break here, but we can find you where on the field?
Sarasota Avionics is located Hangar A. Hangar B. Gosh. Okay. Come on over. I am sorry. I got to check that. That's Hangar C. Look at that. I had to reference my notes. I've been around so much, been walking around that I haven't been to the booth too much, but we're also outside, and you can find us outside of Hangar C as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Sean, for being up here. Chats from the Deck Live 2024 Sun and Fun. We're about to go to break.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit Phillips66lubricants.com.
Looking for exceptional aviation career opportunities? Well, look no further than Piedmont Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines. Piedmont operates over 300 daily flights to major hubs like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Charlotte. They're currently seeking experienced pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians to join their team. You can visit booth A42 for more information, or you can go to their website, Piedmont-Airlines.com, to explore available sign-on bonuses and what they have to offer. Piedmont Airlines, where your career takes flight.
Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun 'n Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun 'n Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun 'n Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun 'n Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo. Some people can't believe this has been 50 years already. I am 50 years old. I'm proud of it. Loud, and clear. Turning 50's got its advantages, and part of those advantages is seeing people come back every year to year. So one of those repeating guests is Miss Kelly Murphy with WAI, Women in Aviation, as I stumble here, Women in Aviation International, if I can slow down and say that correctly. Kelly, welcome.
Thank you, Jack.
And you got
Great
some
to be here.
Thank you. You got some special guests today.
Yeah, we're always happy to be part of Women Shine,
Women
Sun 'n
Shine.
Fun.
Yes,
Here we
ma'am.
are this morning, and I'm pleased to say that I've got two guests with me today.
Excellent.
Number one is Trish Steineke, who actually works with me as WA staff. She handles all our conferences and events. And also Liz Booker, who is a lifetime member of WAI and a great contributor to our magazine,
Wonderful.
Aviation for Women, as the author of Authors Connect
Excellent.
department. So we'll talk to both of them today.
Excellent. Well, Jack's going to step back and let Kelly, work with the guests here today. So So everybody listening, here's Women Shine.
Thank you. It's great to be here again. And actually, we just came off of our 35th annual conference in Orlando, Florida, not far from here a couple of weeks ago. And Trish, you were really integral in putting all those details together. And I heard we were there, and we had a record-breaking event. So tell us some of the highlights, please.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have about over 3,500 registrants for our conference and 3,200 attendees, which is the highest we've ever had, and over 200 exhibitors in our 2 expo halls. We held 35 plus ed sessions and professional developments, and we gave away over $1 million worth of scholarships this year, which is just really, really huge. The energy was absolutely fabulous at our conference, and I think folks were really just happy to be there, which is what we love about it so much.
Absolutely. And our theme always of conference is connect, engage, inspire. And boy, if you were there and if you're here on the grounds, please stop by and see us in Hangar A, because we love to share those great feelings about the energy that we experience at conference every year. But Trish, let's move now. We celebrated in Orlando, but now we're celebrating at the 50th Sun and Fun. And tell us about our experience and what we're doing here this week.
Yeah, well, we're hanging out, as Kelly said, in Exhibit Hangar A, and you can come by and talk to us, maybe get a membership if you don't already have one. Friday, we are holding our annual luncheon, sponsored by Piedmont, and so you can come buy a ticket from us. We definitely still have some of those available. I believe they are $25 for a ticket, and then you can come hang out with us on Friday at lunch.
Yeah, we'd like to have visitors come to see us and learn about not only about our membership, and I want to just give a plug for our young attendees here at conference and at Sun and Fun that we've got a junior membership. So if you're 18 years or younger, become a member of WAI for free. And I want all the parents out there to know that, because it's a great way to have your young girl learn about all the aviation and aerospace possibilities out there. With that free membership, you mentioned scholarships. Our scholarships for 2025 will go live at the end of this summer. So again, if you're a junior member or an individual member, you can apply for those scholarships, up to 3 every year.
3, yeah. And we have scholarships for all sorts of different things, from learning how to fly to maybe something, advanced rating,
drones,
yeah,
name
exactly.
It, right?
If you're an aerospace engineer, maybe help with your schooling and so forth. So lots of different things.
Yeah, it's great. So we really want you to come by and see us at Hangar A. The other thing that we're working on this week, frankly, is letting people know about all our programs that we have. And one of those programs is Mentor Connect, because we know how important that is to connect one another. So maybe do you want to reference the Mentor Connect program?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a really excellent way for you to find someone to help you walk the path that you're wanting to walk, or if you've walked that path and you want to help someone else. We really need all of those people, because we got people on both sides of the equation that want to meet and learn, and it's also a good way just to make some more connections, which we all need to further our careers in this aviation world.
Absolutely. So thanks for that information, Trish. And also here on the deck with me is Liz Booker, lifetime member of WAI, a retired U.S. Coast Guard helicopter pilot. But when we talk about connecting and sharing stories, Liz, that is kind of your passion, not only through our magazine, every column, Authors Connect, but you've really kind of started a whole community. And you brought that to the conference in such a fabulous way. Give us some of those highlights of the female authors that were represented in Orlando, and how many did you have?
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Yes, I am a proud lifetime member and supporter of WAI, and books are my passion. You were just talking about mentoring. I see our stories as a sort of a passive mentorship that is long-lasting and enduring. And there are over 600 books on the market that feature women in aviation. It's incredible. Woo. And so WAI has supported these authors since your inception, with a book table and author signings, and we're really kind of growing that. I think last year I think we had 13. This year we had over 20 authors there. We had to have 3 time slots to support all of them, and this was our second year bringing the bookshop back, and we had incredible sales there. And what I really loved though was just seeing the interaction, like people's eyes lighting up. We had one lady come and she was looking at this book Flying Free by Cecilia Aragon, who was the first Latina national aerobatic champion. And this girl was so excited about this book, and I was like, well, the author is right over here. And she
Amazing.
she lost her mind. And just over and over, the opportunities to connect with the source of those books, these women, their stories are so impactful. So thank you so much for supporting that.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting, the books that you're talking about, they're for all levels of readers.
Oh,
so
yeah.
tell me about that.
Yeah, so books in all genres, for all ages, in all periods of history, all types of flying. So we had picture books there we had a Whirly Girl special with a couple of our helicopter girl books, and those were really attracting a lot of attention. Bright, colorful covers. There's really a market for all these books. Middle grade readers, if you can't get it at WAI, you can go to my website, theliteraryaviatrix.com, and find all those books, sort on appropriate ages, genres, whatever you want.
Yeah, so I want you to talk a little bit more about the resources that are available at Literary Aviatrix, because I think kind of you hand in hand, when you first started that program, I thought, this really will connect and engage our readers. Absolutely. And they want to look for an outlet to share their stories, much like we do in the magazine. Mm-hmm. But I think you've been telling me that there's more women saying to you, I want to share my story.
Yeah.
So talk to me about that.
Yeah, and I'm all about that. I think now is just a wonderful time in publishing, wonderful time in aviation, and I'm definitely here to not only promote the books and authors, but to promote more women in aviation, to tell their stories, and to give them the tools to do it well, because we want to present ourselves in the best light so the most readers will access our stories. So yeah, I host the Aviatrix Book Club. That's actually how this all started. So every month we have virtual meetings that anybody is welcome, everyone is welcome to join. I interview the authors, so those are posted on my website, YouTube channel, and on podcast. And we have the writers through this project have wonderfully come together in a group. We have over 175 authors in the Aviatrix Writers Group. So yeah, it's amazing. It's a wonderful, supportive community. Please join us.
Yes, so joining. Okay, so let's pretend I want to share my aviation story to the world. What are the first steps, and what can they find on your website?
The first step is start writing.
Ah, okay.
And I would say, if you're a junior pilot, if you're a teenager, just start journaling. Because what I regret, I journaled on and off as a child, but I regret not recording like all of the details from my early time in aviation, because those would be a wonderful resource to mine now as a writer myself. So start writing. When you go to the website, I have the author interviews, but there's the Aviatrix Writers Room, where a lot of especially if somebody's an accomplished writer, I've been doing it for a while, I split my interviews into a portion about writing and publishing, so you can go learn from them, and that will launch you in all the directions that you need to go.
Yeah, well, I'd like you to remember some of the young reader books, because we're actually getting ready to do our second issue of Aviation for Girls.
Absolutely.
And I have to give a plug for that, because this year we'll be celebrating our 10th annual Girls in Aviation Day worldwide, Saturday, September 20th. We'll not only post a new issue of Aviation for Girls, which has lots of hands-on activities, connecting stories of our younger women that are accomplishing amazing things in the high school and college age, and a lot of content on our free Aviation for Girls app. So I really say, wherever you live and learn, please download that free resource, Aviation for Girls app. And there's so much content there. We also have a whole playlist of Authors Connect. So again, those women that are reading books to these young girls all around the world, we'd love to see more of that content coming, Liz.
Absolutely, you got it. I'll send plenty of that your way.
We love that part. So before we kind of wrap up, we will talk about our conference next year, because we're already planning for that. We just finished our 35th in Orlando, but now we're going to go to
Denver, Colorado, the Gaylord of the Rockies.
Okay, that's great. And what are those dates, Trish? March 27th through the 29th. a little bit later in March next year.
Yes.
And then we'll be coming to Sun and Fun again.
Right, we just figured that out.
Yeah.
Like, flying from one event to the next.
It's always great to connect, though, here. And Liz, where will you be this week? Mostly, obviously, hanging by our WAI booth as
yes,
well.
ma'am. I will be volunteering at the 99's booth and the WAI booths in the morning. I will hopefully be watching the air show in the afternoon. And otherwise, I will be at the 99's Clubhouse, where I have a little bit of merchandise that people can come and check out.
Oh, that's fabulous. And Trish, we'll see you obviously at the booth, but most importantly, come by today, the Hangar A booth, WAI, to get your Sun and Fun Lunch Connect
tickets. Yeah.
It's another good way to be at Prop 75 for some air conditioning and to connect and take some photos and listen to Piedmont Airlines special keynote speaker.
Yes, and you can meet Olivia, who works in our membership department.
Olivia
She's
Lisbon is there with us too.
Also hanging out with us this week. So
absolutely, absolutely. Well, Liz, thanks for always being here and supporting us with Authors Connect. We can't wait to hear about more female aviation writers. And Trish, we'll see you at the booth. And thanks for always putting us together at all these conferences and events. We're really pleased to be here at Sun and Fun 50th year.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. All right, welcome again. We're here, Women Shine, at the deck for Sun and Fun Radio. And I'm really pleased to have with me two of my corporate members representing CAE, which is a training company. Nagar, why don't you first tell us about you, your full name, and you both were just at our WAI Orlando conference, which we just got finished talking about. We so appreciate the support of our corporate members. But I understand you came to really learn more about WAI and more importantly our members, because you have a scholarship program and you're in the mode of recruiting. So let's talk about CAE, Nagar, and tell us a little bit about you.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Thank you for having us over. We're super excited to be at Sun and Fun today and to be here with you. So my name is Nagar Tabrizi. I'm a global employer branding lead at CAE. So I get to work with lots of teams globally. As you mentioned, we train mainly pilots. We work in defense and security and civil aviation, both in commercial and business aviation. We train over 135,000 pilots a year. So that's
incredible.
It's pretty big, and we own over 70% of the flight simulator on the market. I'm excited to be here. I've been at CAE for 4 years, and I couldn't be more proud. And as you said, 2 weeks ago, being at WAI, it gave us the opportunity to meet with the team. We've been a partner for a long time, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, providing as part of our Women in Flight program scholarship every year, whether it's partially or full funded. So we were super excited to meet with those people that we have provided the scholarship with.
And as I talk to CAE, you're getting more women involved in your company. Is this correct?
Yes, that's very, very correct. So we are promoting diversity and inclusion. It could be girls, women, and underrepresented groups, and we are absolutely committed to extend that outlining of the aviation talent pool. So whether that could be bringing young girls to our training centers to get them to visit or supporting them in different ways, or also providing scholarships. So we just recently announced a scholarship with OBAP for the Challenger 350 aircraft type rating, and also we just provided 2 scholarships at Women in Aviation. So these are all parts of our efforts. And when it comes to interviewing and recruitment, having that training to our people to make sure how they interview those people, and also having a diverse group of people, whether interviewer or manager, to make sure that we have the right people there to do those interviews. So we're putting all those efforts at CAE.
Oh, that's great efforts. And I'm really pleased, too, that CAE for the first time is at Sun and Fun. And I know you brought your colleague here on the deck, and maybe you could tell me a little bit about yourself and what you're doing here at Sun and Fun this week.
Okay, my name is Catalina. I'm here with CAE. I've been with CAE about 6 months now, so I just want to tell
welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. That's my first time in a Sun and Fun booth, so it's nice. And also, I'm just telling people how proud and how good it is to be at CAE.
Yeah, it's a great company, and,
Oh,
and
yeah.
training is what we're all about, and you're really setting the path for so many young women and men to forward their path. So maybe you could tell me a little bit, Nagar, about your presence here, because this is your first
Yes.
time at Sun and Fun.
Yes, it's the first time we're at Sun and Fun. I think about how come we haven't been there
I
here
know.
before.
It's fun at Sun and Fun, as I always say. Yeah,
It is
absolutely.
very, very inspiring. So, of course, with the forecast that CAE had, just recently we had our forecast out. Over 280,000 pilots are in demand for the next 10 years. So companies like us, we have to train those pilots to make sure fulfill the market. And there are challenges out there, as we know the shortage of the pilots. So we are here to attract instructor pilot, whether for people that they want to be home, whether they had new families and they just want to be home at night, or they just got retired, or they lost their medical status. We think it's a very, not a hard way, but a lot of work and hours to become a pilot. So why it should go to waste? Someone like Catalina, she joined us 6 months ago, and she can talk about it more. But she has a 6-year-old son. She wants to be home with her son every night, and that doesn't mean that's the end of flying for her, right? Catalina, do you want to talk more about that? What is your plan?
Okay, yeah. Right now, I'm at CAE because I'm growing my career. I'm at home every day. I have my family. I'm like average woman, so I have my husband, my son, and I want to be at night every day at home.
That's
so
good. It takes a village, as we say, to raise a family, and it's nice that CAE is offering you this opportunity to
Yeah.
balance that.
Yeah, so I'm working on my career, growing my career, and getting much better stuff right now, types, and
Yeah. So with our program that we have as an instructor pilot, people are able to become an instructor pilot, and at some point, if you want to go out and flying, keep continuing your career. Like as Catalina, you have a kid right now. You're in a stage of the life that you need to be home every night, but you can't get out there. Or if you're retired, 65 years old, it's too early to be retired.
Absolutely.
Yes. So you can, and I think the honor of it is to pass the knowledge to the next generation. I have a quote of one of my colleagues who is an instructor pilot at CAE for a long time, and she said the best part about being an instructor is believing in someone before they have the ability to believe in themselves. So that's
What
about
a confidence
that.
builder.
It is, absolutely. So it's passing that knowledge and making sure to fulfill that demand also that's out there. So we all have a role in there, and CAE is definitely has been playing a strong role when it comes to that.
So when we're at the show, how do we find you? Or do you have a booth, or are you out on the flight line? Or?
Yes, we have a booth at Hangar D.
Hangar D.
Yes, we are at Hangar D 085 is our booth number, to be exact.
Yes.
And you can also connect with us through our cae.com/careers. I would strongly suggest if you're passionate about aviation, follow us on LinkedIn and also Instagram. And we're here to answer any question. We're going to be there till Sunday. Come and join us.
That's great. How many people do you have here with you on the team this week?
We're switching a lot. Everyone was so passionate; they wanted to join.
And experience Sun and Fun for the first time, right?
Experience Sun and Fun, and watching the show is just incredible. So at the time, every day we're 6 to 7 people here on the ground.
Great.
So we have training center manager, we have instructor pilot, we have salespeople, we have talent acquisition crew. So we're from different teams. We're here. So any questions we're able to answer or just address them to the right people.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about your company because it's worldwide. So I'd like to talk about you're based, Nagar, in Montreal,
Yes.
but where are your other locations?
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Kelly, to bring that up. So we are in over 40 countries, and we have over 250 sites. If I want to just talk about North America to relate to this specific events, we are in Dallas, in Phoenix, Orlando, New Jersey, Whippany, New Jersey, Las Vegas, and we newly opened Savannah, Yes. So this is in U.S. and in Canada. We are in Richmond, Mississauga, and also Montreal. We own the biggest business aviation training center in the world in Dallas, and also in Europe in Bridges Hill. So we're all over the map, and we're just growing. It's not going to stop.
That's great to
Yes.
see. And so really your training, I'd like to focus on that. It's not just for commercial airline pilots, but you're also very involved in business aviation.
That's right. Yes. So we are very involved in business aviation. As a matter of fact, even our business aviation training centers in some ways are bigger. We have lots of simulators, and we're manufacturing these simulators in Montreal, and we ship them all around the globe. And we get people trained, and of course we work with lots of airlines as well. And for business aviation with individuals and with different companies.
Well, that's interesting. I always like to ask this question because we have a lot of listeners out there of either parents or guidance counselors or school teachers that when a young girl comes and says, I want to be involved in aviation and aerospace, how do I do that? And I think we don't educate those folks enough, right? So how can we help inspire the next generation of female aviators? Katrina, I'd love for you to answer that question.
Just follow your dreams.
Follow your dreams.
Yeah, that's all I could say because it happened to me. My mom was like, no, that's a boy's thing. You are not gonna do it. I was like, okay, but I will do it. I just start working on what I wanted, and then she followed me.
Yeah, follow your dreams.
Yeah,
I love that.
Dreams.
Follow your dreams, and you obviously did. And so what are some of your future dreams?
Oh, right now I just want to stay with my kid. I'm waiting for him to grow up and then go flying again. I'm still young, so I think I have enough time, and I will be working with learning from the generation that is living and learning from them to give steps, knowledge to the new generation.
Yeah, it's again about passing that knowledge from yourself to the younger generation. And Nagar, you mentioned that, which I'd love to hear that. But tell me about your role. I mean, you're obviously, you have a different background in aviation.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I was always passionate about aviation. When I was a kid, I thought I'm going to become a pilot. I didn't, but then I am here to support pilots. So I'm, as I said, in charge of employer branding. And CAE as a company is just a great company. When you talk to anyone, I was at Women in Aviation and talking to my colleagues, everyone say we're at CAE because of the people. People are amazing, and it's benefits. It's being able to be home. For Christmas, we are 2 weeks off, right? Paid, and being at home. These are lots of benefits at CAE. It makes us a great company. It's people. We have flexibility, and the communication there. The culture that we're having is a very strong culture. We all act as one CAE. We call it one CAE Infinite Possibilities, and it is infinite possibilities.
I love that. Katerina and Nagar, thank you for being with us. Follow your dreams, infinite possibilities. CAE, thanks for being here with us at Women Shine.
Absolutely,
thank you,
Kelly.
Lily.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, ladies, for being up here with Women Shine today for the Wednesday edition of Chats from the Deck Live from the 2024 Sun and Fun Expo. We're about to go to break. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elton and Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and Fun thanks composite workshop sponsor Fiberglass Coatings, Florida's largest independently owned composites distributor. With over 100 employees and 300,000 square feet of warehousing at multiple locations, they cater to diverse industries from aviation to marine, with a complete line of epoxy systems to specialized coring materials. FGCI's services extend from individual hobbyists to major manufacturers. You can find more information at FGCI.com.
Sun and Fun Event Media Production is sponsored by Van Duit, a third-generation American-owned business offering adventure and commercial vans with perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's best value. Combining modularity, functionality, durability, and performance with unique features, Van Duit ensures there is a van for every adventure, budget, and mission. You can see their vans here at booths N71 and 2 or online at vanduit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back, Sun and Fun. Welcome to the Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We just finished the Women's Shine segment, and I'm up here with two wonderful ladies, hosted today with Miss Steph Strickland. For those of us last night that were watching a outstanding country concert, Steph got to do some introductions up there, so everybody got to see her do her very professional job, so we thank you for that. But Jack's here. I'm going to hand it over to Steph and let her take over with our next interview.
You say very professional, but it was me just screaming at people because I was so excited to be there. The country concert was amazing.
It was.
I love that, and we're definitely bringing it back next year, so I can't wait to see what we do with it from there. Thank you very much for that introduction, by the way. You can't get rid of me that easily.
Oh, no, I'm going to be here, but it's all yours.
I
Take
like
over.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't wait to introduce you to a good friend of mine and someone who I deeply respect and admire. So we're going to have a moment together, lady. I'm introducing you right now to Captain Melanie Klusner, call sign Mach. She is the F-35 demo pilot, and if you are here today, she is going to fly right around sunset and put on what we call that full AB show, and you know what it looks like if you've come to Sun and Fun. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks for having me here. Thank you for that wonderful introduction.
It's my pleasure. I'm just excited because you're so easy to work with, and I want to talk to you a little bit about your journey into becoming the demonstration pilot, because it started a long time ago, and you've flown different airframes. Walk me through what you've flown.
Yeah, this is something I love talking about. So when I was about 7 years old, I was taken to an Air Force Academy football game. My mom was in the first graduating class of women there. She's a big role model of mine. My dad was also an Air Force pilot, so mom flew as well, didn't mention that. But anyways, both my military parents took me to the Air Force Academy football game where they both went to college, and there was an F-16 flyover that day. And I watched those jets fly very loud and very fast, and I remember looking up at my dad, and I said, "Dad, that will be me one day." And I knew without a doubt that I had to have that job. What a cool job. What an awesome way to give back to your country. And yeah, I just never really looked back from that moment.
You know what's interesting when you say that is in a lot of cases, and when I was at the Women Aces breakfast this morning, someone was saying that they had been sort of told, oh, that's a thing you can't do. And to have that in your family, it just goes to show you the value that someone like you as the demonstration pilot really brings to the team, because there's going to be a little girl or a little boy who's going to see you fly tonight and maybe feel like that's something they can do. Talk to me a little bit about what it means to be the demonstration pilot.
Yeah, definitely. So I just want to touch on something you said there, because it was very special to me to have a mom growing up who was told she couldn't be a fighter pilot. She graduated pilot training, fighter qualified, and they said women are not allowed to fly fighters at the time. So to grow up wanting to fly fighters, and my mom could look at me and say, that's something you can do now, that was very special. So you're right. We've come a long way. Thankful for all the women that broke those barriers moving forward. So what it means to me to be the demonstration pilot, yeah, it's a big responsibility. I feel like I am representing and just kind of showing little kids what is possible for them, and also showcasing our newest, latest, and greatest 5th gen fighter and all of its capabilities and power, of which it has a lot.
I love that you flew F-16s for a bit and then transitioned into the F-35. I can't imagine a more dissimilar cockpit in the sense that one is, still buttons and switches and one is not. Tell me about the transition when you went from the F-16, from the Viper to the F-35.
Yeah, definitely. So the F-16 is what they call a 4th gen fighter aircraft. My dad flew it, so it's been around for quite some time. Its radar at the time that I was flying wasn't the best, and to step into the F-35, I mean, we have a giant touchscreen that we work with. Like you said, very few buttons. In fact, the pilots had to fight to get the landing gear handle to stay in the jet. They're like, please do not make that a touchscreen button. We want to actually pull down landing handle. So the avionics are just all the latest and greatest. It is a millennial's dream, and it's very intuitive. And so I loved that transition. And what I liked the most was having situational awareness. As a wingman in the F-16, my job was to fly line abreast with my flight lead, and I wasn't really looking around a whole lot except for at him. And so I didn't feel very lethal at the time. Then when I step into the F-35, I mean, we're flying miles apart from each other, and I have all this situational awareness right there on my giant touchscreen, and I was able to impact the fight in a huge way, even as a wingman. So I love that transition.
Before we get into the fun stuff of the demo, because it is very different, I do want to ask you, because you'll hear people talk a lot about, oh, well, what's better, the F-22 or the F-35? And realistically, that doesn't work because they have very different roles. Can you just explain that? Let's put that to bed. It's like a football team, right?
Yes, it is like a football team. F-22 is air-to-air superiority fighter. F-35 does both. F-16 does both. F-15C Eagle, primarily air-to-air fighter. So everybody has their own strengths, and when we all come together as a team, of which we do often at large training exercises, I mean, it's eye-watering to see everyone showcasing their strengths and how we work well together as a team.
She also flew the F-35B model, but I want to talk about the demo because I really do want to know more about that. What's your favorite maneuver and what kind of G are you pulling up there?
Yeah, I pull a lot of Gs. 9, a little bit above 9 is typically the most that I'll pull, and that happens on that quick climb that you'll see right after the high-speed pass. So I'm going 0.95 Mach, 650 miles an hour, and I stand that jet up on its tail, and so that's where all the G forces happen. My favorite maneuver is definitely the pedal turn, I think, because that's what gets the crowd being like, oh my gosh, what is that aircraft doing? And it shows off all of the technologically advanced flight controls that the F-35 has. I'm giving the jet an input, and the jet is manipulating the flight controls in all different kinds of ways to give me what I'm asking for. So if you look closely, you'll see everything moving on that jet to give me what I'm asking.
You described the input, and we have so many general aviators there. So tell me what you're doing when you're actually out there and the jet's just going, okay, I think we're going to do this now.
Yeah, absolutely. So for this high alpha maneuver, I'm pushing a button that does not limit my AOA. Typically it's 35, and now it goes up to 50 when I push that button. And then I do full boot of right rudder, and stick goes in the full back right corner if I'm doing, of course, a right-to-right turn. So I am making sure that stays locked in that back corner in order to get that fast roll and roll rate around the corner there.
This may seem like a silly question, but it's one I don't actually know the answer to. How noisy is it in a more modern cockpit? I've had the good fortune to fly in some of the older ones that have 2 seats. This one does not. Is it like, you're driving down the road, you got good tires, you don't hear anything. Like, what is it like in there?
Yeah, luckily it is whisper quiet. We have really, really good noise canceling ear cups that we've got in our helmet. And then we wear what's called CEPs, which are basically like little headphones that go inside the ears. So it is very quiet in that cockpit. Thank goodness, because I know that engine is loud.
When you were training to do the demo, you had to fly it. I mean, there's no 2-seat model. The first time you fly that demo, you are flying it in the jet. So you spend a lot of time in the sim. Was there a maneuver that was hard for you to nail, or one that is technically challenging, so that when we see it, we go, oh yeah, that was one that takes a lot of work to perfect? Or is it simple because of the steps that you use to get there?
The sim doesn't always perform 100% like where you're flying. Density, altitude, all that kind of stuff changes. So we try to make it similar by changing parameters in the sim. But for example, like the pedal turn, it just didn't feel the same in the sim as it does in the jet. And so you just have to trust your training. And in fact, a test pilot came up with our routine. So I 100% trust the numbers that I was given, and I flew those numbers, and it's inherently very safe. And so, but yeah, it just feels different when you're in the jet for sure than in the sim.
Are you talking about Billy Flynn?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so Billy Flynn, just a legendary pilot, Canadian, who has flown lots of different things and debuted that first F-35 routine. I believe it was in Paris was the first time they saw it, and then bringing it over here to the States. Dojo flew it, Bayo flew it, you flew it. We're so excited that you're here. We have, about a minute or so left. I am going to ask you very quickly, tell me about the transition in the F-35B, which hovers when you go into hover. Does it get noisy? Does it get violent? What's it like in a minute? Can you do it in a minute? We'll try.
Let's see what this happens. I'm going to describe it to you like I'm landing on a boat. So you push the button, and then you start to slow down by pushing another button, and the jet is synced up with the boat so that it tries to hover at the speed of the boat. And then you take over manually, and you're trying to land perfectly in your spot. It's still quiet in that cockpit, and that's good because you need to concentrate a lot when you're landing on a boat, and you've got about a foot margin on either side of you because there are helicopters rotating right in front of you, and then there's another jet landing directly behind you. So lots of focus and concentration when you're trying to hover land on a boat.
She's this hot dog pilot out there, Jack, just doing her thing. It's just absolutely amazing. And I'm very fortunate to be able to call you a friend and just see this journey as you take all of those incredible pilot skills and bring them to the masses so that we can see what it really takes to get the job done. Mock, you impress me endlessly, and I'm so glad that you made the time for me today. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph.
What do you think?
Steph, Mock, this is outstanding. I mean, I love looking at the 5-year-olds out there and just looking straight. I mean, they got their hands over their ears, and their mouths are open, just like, oh my gosh, what is that? And to admire, what it takes is out of their knowledge at this point in life, but they will get to that point if they stick with it.
Exactly.
So you are just presenting an outstanding, achievement. So we thank you for everything, the services, and just completely respect.
What time are you flying today?
19:30. So we're 7:30 p.m. right before sunset.
Perfect.
Woo-hoo! And then the fireworks tonight. It's going to be a beautiful evening, so we're looking very forward to that as well. So,
yeah.
Steph, Mock, we thank you for being up here at Chats from the Deck Live for the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Thank you, ladies. We're about to go to break.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jack from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. Don't miss a very special UCAP live episode Saturday, April 13th at 5:15 p.m. right here on Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratos. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun and Fun's radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is Russ Rosleski. I'm joined here with...
Hi there, Randy Bibb.
And it's a pleasure to be speaking to Major Cyprian Castleman, who's the Director of Public Affairs for the Florida Wing of the Civil Air Patrol. Major Castleman, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Doing fantastic. So what is Civil Air Patrol doing out here?
Well, we've got a bunch of cadets and adult members who are working the taxiway for get to assist with guest safety. Because as those aircraft are moving through, they help clear everybody out of the way. They also do some aircraft flight marshaling. So it's really it's a great experience for them because they also get to watch the air show.
Well, I know that Civil Air Patrol is involved with a lot of people that are very passionate about aviation and young people who are very excited about aviation careers and such. But it's a lot more than just that. What exactly is Civil Air Patrol?
Well, Civil Air Patrol is the volunteer auxiliary of the United States Air Force, civilians. So we have the cadet program. We have the cadet program, aerospace education, and also we do emergency services, which includes search and rescue and disaster response. One of our big areas would be cadet programs. It encompasses so many things.
Well, can you tell us a little bit about the different cadet programs and what's involved there?
Well, cadet programs involves quite a bit. They learn leadership skills. We have aerospace education as part of the cadet program, including cadet orientation flights. That's a huge highlight. They get to take control of the aircraft in level flight. So they love when they get to do that. We also have a week-long encampment. But one of the things about this is how you see these cadets. They can join at 12, stay a member their whole life, and you see them develop and grow as individuals and leaders. It is a fantastic thing to watch as they mature and go towards adulthood, and they can remain a cadet until they're 21.
Last year here at Sun and Fun, it seems you hosted a large group of cadets from the UK. I don't know if the CAP or your kids did that, but we did a cookout over there with a number of your CAP cadets and just wonderful young people across the broad spectrum of society and backgrounds. I had a great chance to talk to a bunch of these young people about aspirations, and a number of these folks go on to the full-time military. Can you tell us a little bit about that, the pathway and the probability of that?
Okay, well, let me back up to the RAF. Last year, we did host some get-togethers and gatherings, but we don't host them here. They've got their own thing that they're here doing. But our cadets, they joined, they did different sports, they did some fun competitions, and really enjoyed their time together. So it was a great interaction. And then you asked me just now, the other thing was?
Oh, just the pathway to the military, if they want to choose that as a career.
Mm-hmm. So this gives them some experience in customs and courtesies, drill. We also have a focus on fitness. There is no military obligation for a cadet joining our program. So they can come in, learn all these life-building skills, and not join the military. Only about 16% of Civil Air Patrol cadets join the military. But if they are interested and they get halfway through the cadet program to the Billy Mitchell Award, the Air Force recognizes that and they go in as an E3. So it's a couple pay bumps right out of boot camp.
Well, 16%, that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you weigh that against the number of cadets, that's actually a pretty good number of folks that know quite a bit about the military and the structure before they step into those roles.
Absolutely. A lot of our cadets also attend the academies, so that the military academies, including the Coast Guard and Merchant Marine academies. So it's a phenomenal percentage that get in to those from Civil Air Patrol.
And I'm sure there's some overlap with junior ROTC and those your cadets being involved in that also. And I would imagine that's that 16% that we're talking about, those folks that determined to do that.
They're part of that mix, yes.
Well, you had mentioned earlier on the deck when we were chatting some recent activity. Can you give us a few examples of recent CAP activity here in Florida, the missions you guys have been on and what you've done?
Okay, one of the big missions that we participated in, of course, was Hurricane Ian. We had our team worked before the storm to relocate aircraft and our ground vehicles, secure our locations, and make sure our communications equipment was going to be ready to go after the storm. We then bring them back after the storm goes through. We were activated about 24 hours after the storm went through. We do aerial photography to help state and other agencies determine the amount of damage to infrastructure and homes and businesses. And we also have ground teams that do photography. We had one ground team that went out, or one squadron sent out ground teams for about 12 days straight. And it was to do the photos, and they also did high water marks. These photos are 3D mosaic type images that they stitch together to see the whole area. So it's pretty interesting technology.
You know, I know that you all have many aspects of aviation and flying, but CAP is not just about flying, it's all the support personnel as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate asking a question that I don't know where it's going to go, but here it is. Do you all have a drone program? I know that's pretty big in flying now, in the military, sure. So
yes, we have a drone program. We have more than one drone program. We have a cadet drone program where they can actually earn their cadet SUAS pilot wings. And then we have our mission SAUS. And during Hurricane Ian, one of our drone teams found someone trapped in a boat after the storm, and Civil Air Patrol was credited with a save. So that was pretty cool.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That is really great. So, you had asked me beforehand, do I know anything about Civil Air Patrol? And I was involved in Civil Air Patrol as a teenager in high school, and it really set the stage for the rest of my aviation career. I've been involved in aviation for over 30 years now, and it really started with Civil Air Patrol. So, thank you. But the aerospace education, the orientation rides and all that, I thought it was a fantastic program. You know, gave me some structure, gave me some goals and targets that I was able to meet. So it is a good program, and really anybody who's interested in aviation, or like we talked about the military, it sets you off on the right foot, I think.
Yep. And one of the big needs that we have, like everybody else, we need more pilots. So pilots are involved in our mission flying, and also those cadet orientation flights. So if a pilot is interested in any of those, they can find our squadrons from our national website. And the other thing that a pilot needs is a support team. So if you have absolutely no prior experience, we train people, adults, not just the kids. We train senior members, that's what we call our adult members. We train them in radio communications. We have different ground mission base type of things that they get to do, and also air crew, aerial photographer, observer. It's really cool.
Sounds like there are a bunch of different programs and ways to get involved in Civil Air Patrol. If I wanted to find out more, or anybody wanted to find out more, where could they go?
www.gocivilairpatrol.com.
You guys have a location here on the field, a big booth, a tent, somewhere we can go send people?
Over by the main gate, you can find one of our aircraft is just coming in as a static display. So right over by the main gate in front of the Lakeland Aero Center.
Okay, right by the Lakeland Aero Center.
Mm-hmm.
So we're coming up on a hard break here at noon. We'd like to thank you guys for coming over and spreading the good word.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org, is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Welcome to Paradise City, presented by Junkers. Explore the world of light planes in this vibrant area featuring static displays, exhibits, demonstration flights, and forums on specific light plane topics. Check the daily schedule for forum details. Enjoy the action from the 826 grass strip where the aircraft operations buzz all day long. And pilots, don't miss out on aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday the 12th at noon. Join us at Paradise City for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun sends a special thank you to the premier sponsors of our volunteer t-shirts. Textron Aviation, textav.com. Visit centralflorida.org, CAE.com, and McFarlandAviation.com for sponsoring the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. These sponsors recognize the importance of volunteers' work and time to make each Sun and Fun a success and show their support by providing t-shirts as a small token of appreciation.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day zero, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org. Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
And now back to Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Russ Rosleski again. Hi, Jack.
Hello, Russ.
See you back on the deck.
You too. That voice we just heard was Miss Robin Lamar. Robin's been a host up here on the radio station for many good years, but unfortunately she's not able to come out this year. So, Robin, we appreciate your time doing some announcements for us, and we look forward to seeing you next year for sure.
Fantastic. I hope so, too. Our next guest on here at Deck Live with us is Angel Rojas from DataCore Technology Solutions Incorporated, founder and CEO.
Hello, Angel.
Hey, how you doing? Fantastic. So tell us how you enjoying the show.
It's absolutely wonderful. It's always a good time to come out here to Sun and Fun, roast a little in the sun for a while, and hear the jets roaring overhead. My kids love it. My wife loves it, so it's nice. We get to do this as a family.
Good. Russ, Angel and I were talking kind of off deck there for a quick second, is that there's many fields in aviation that, of course, are not pilots.
Absolutely.
So I'm actually in one of those positions as a corporate dispatcher for aircraft. So Angel's coming up also kind of describing a field that, aircraft and corporations of all kinds need, but has a huge history background, with aviation as well, as he puts a smile on his face here on live camera. But,
Absolutely.
It's not just the fact that we're going to have just a aviation captain or sponsor, strictly with dealing with aircraft of any kind. So, Angel, kind of, give us a background description. You talk about CEO founder, but what is the company exactly?
Absolutely. We are an IT and communications company and cybersecurity, and we are in the logistics back end of aviation, right? We support all of the businesses and the back end infrastructure that supports aviation by providing them with the computers that they need, the cloud services that they need, and also the security that they need to ensure that our aviation stays safe.
So what's the, you mentioned background in aviation, what's the history of aviation here? I got to laugh. There's a story here, isn't there?
Angel reminded me he's only got 10 minutes, not 3 hours,
okay,
we're going to keep an eye on that too.
So I was telling Jack, last year I was digging into some family history and I discovered my great uncle. His name was Ramon. He was the personal flight engineer for Vice President Hubert Humphrey back years ago. And my aunt and uncle brought over a box of stuff, and there was a certificate from President Richard Nixon when my uncle retired. I've got pictures of him with the vice president next to the Jetstar. I've actually got his certificate when he earned his rating for the Jetstar, so that was really, really cool. And so I've got a rich aviation history, and then I married my wife, and digging into her family's history, we discovered, so her great-grandfather, his name was Harry Clever, and if you know much about aviation history, Harry Clever was the man who gave John Glenn his solo lesson, his solo flight. So Senator and astronaut John Glenn. So we've got a rich family history in aviation. It's in my blood, and my kids are doomed. They've got it on both sides of the family.
A little pressure on the children. Keep it going all these years. Angel, we can't go anywhere without a phone in our hands, a computer at our desk, of course, electronics in the cockpit of an aircraft. IT is becoming a field that's becoming bigger and bigger and more stricter on the security side as well.
IT, artificial intelligence, and I tell a lot of folks, when you're looking at cybersecurity, you have to think that we as the good guys have to get it right every time. The bad guys have to get it right just once and get lucky to create some harm. So what my message is to my clients and to really anybody that listens is, I understand and I get it that it's really convenient, but take a step back and look at the convenience and consider that you may want to slow down a little bit with technology. Make sure that that person you're replying to in a text message is actually the person that you intend to reply to. And when you read email or when you look on social media, again, be wary that there are people that are very active and very interested in parting you from your money or from your identity. So you want to be a little bit more suspicious about everything you look at and slow down a little bit. Make sure that you don't fall prey to the false sense of security you get with the convenience of technology.
Oh, absolutely. That phone call is going to come in. You're going to answer it, and hey, we're from Microsoft. That company, just in case, and we're here to solve your computer program. Well, I didn't know I had one, so it's awareness.
Absolutely,
as well.
Absolutely, and a good IT company is not going to call out of the blue like that. They'll be able to identify themselves, and you should be able to, say, no problem. Can I call you back to make sure you're the real people I'm talking to? And whenever you call people back, make sure you're calling them at a number that you know that is good for them. Don't call them at any number that they gave you, because of course they're going to answer. But you'd be surprised how many people in the hurry of life and in the mix of all that's going on, we're all busy folks, we tend to let our guards down a little bit.
So I'm a business owner, and I'd like Data Corp to come evaluate my idea as far as expanding my company between 2 states, for example, or something like that. So what am I doing from the start? I'm calling or emailing your company, and then what happens from there?
Absolutely. What we do is we do a light assessment of what your needs are, and then we make some recommendations. We look at, we work closely with a privacy attorney that actually helps us to understand what kind of regulatory challenges might be, and if there are some that need to be addressed up front, we engage with them to do a risk assessment. And then that essentially gives us a prescription of how we're going to treat your technology. We want to be guided by a game plan. We're very strategic in how we operate, and we want to be guided by a game plan that tells us, okay, here are the boundaries that we need to operate within, and here are the business goals. And we take all that, we blend it together, and we form a team that essentially gives you, as a business owner, the path that you want to go on that is safe, that falls within the law, that falls within regulations, and that still accomplishes and gets you where your business wants to go.
Because even though we're working probably, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 p.m., it doesn't stop there. I mean, the business side, the IT side is going to be 24/7 on those computers, laptops, you name it. So
Absolutely. I like to tell people we like to build planes while in flight.
There you go. Good example. Very good example.
With a business, you cannot land that plane, put it in the hangar, or swap for your spare plane. There is no spare plane. So what we do and when we do it has to be done in a manner that never lets that plane land because it cannot land. It has to be done while in flight. And so that's how we work at DataCore.
Now DataCore works with Sun and Fun here.
Yes, sir.
Right, but so do a lot of other companies. How did you get involved with Sun and Fun? I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Absolutely. I brought my family here probably close to a decade ago. I think it was in 2013. My son was 2 years old. My wife was pregnant with my other son, and we were just walking around. We looked lost, and one of the board members, Bob Beatty, saw us and said, "Hey, do you want to hop on my truck and I'll just drive you around?" And I said, "Sure, why not? Hop in the truck with a stranger, right?" So my wife and my son and I got in the truck and drove around, and he just introduced us to a few people. And one of the people, he said, "Hey, he's about to leave on his plane, but do you want to meet the IT director?" And I said, "Absolutely," because we talked about what we did. So I met Dave Fuller, and Dave Fuller and I became great friends. And we talked about some of the challenges they were having here and how we might be able to help. And it was a great opportunity for me to lend my gifts and talents and the resources of my business to help make Sun and Fun what it is today.
And Russ, I was being told by Angel that he's also being a sponsor this year for Sun and Fun.
That's right. That's right.
So we thank you for that.
You.
Absolutely.
We had a great opportunity to be the official IT and communications sponsor for both ACE and Sun and Fun, and so we took that opportunity. And my goal is just to bring light on what the work that we're doing at DataCore with cybersecurity, and also to join Sun and Fun in their mission to build the next generation. And there's a lot of talk about how there are, in fact, I heard it in the Junior Aces tent where air traffic controllers, they're struggling to find new ones. We're struggling to find new pilots. In my field, we're struggling to find new technicians. And where those passions and those fires start are with kids. So what we want to do is be able to create and get more business in so that we can create realistic situations for internships, because that's how I got started in IT. I got started doing internships and volunteering, doing real work. I never did simulation work in IT or, here, run this lab or whatever. No, I cut my teeth with real IT work. And so that's what I want to do with DataCore.
And I'm sure IT is kind of a two-folded, piece there is that you've got the knowledge there and you want to get that entry level position, but then also on the company side you may not want to hire that entry level position. So how does your company kind of look at that aspect?
Absolutely. So in cybersecurity, a lot of people, the hot field now is cybersecurity. The problem is you go to this college, you pay them $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, you get a degree, and then the next thing is, okay, let me go find a job. Well, the job requires 5 years of experience.
How do you get it?
Exactly. So what we're doing at DataCore is also joining with these colleges and saying, look, you need a place where your students can practice the craft and practice it with processes and systems that are safe for the client, safe for the student, and safe for everybody to run. At DataCore, we believe that great people executing great processes get great results.
Nobody wants a breach in security for any measure.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to make the news. It doesn't
Absolutely.
matter for what company you're involved in. Nobody wants to make the news
Absolutely.
in a bad way. Angel, we're coming up on the last minute here, so of course we're not going to find you at an exact booth or anything this year. Of course, the IT world is cyber. Cloud-based, a lot as well, so it's all over the place. But if they were to find you year-round, phone number, email,
Absolutely.
website?
Datacore.com, DATACORPS.com. I've got a special little page for Sun and Fun if you want to see a little bit more about why we're involved, and that's datacore.com/FlySNF. So it matches flysnf.org, which is Sun and Fun's website. So you can find us there. You can find us on Facebook, DataCore Technology Solutions. And again, that's DATACORPS. And I'm really active on LinkedIn. I like to give a lot of thought leadership with what I do. So if you find me on LinkedIn, I'll be talking a lot there.
Sounds good. Angel, we appreciate your time up here talking to us live. We're about to go to a break here and have more to come.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hi. This is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can join for free to access guides, discounts, and a passionate community of virtual aviators. Here at Sun and Fun, you can enjoy the Flight Sim Experience Center at the Future in Flight Plaza and get hands-on with the latest flight simulation technology and meet fellow enthusiasts. Flight Sim Expo, North America's largest enthusiast flight simulation convention, takes place June 21st through the 23rd in Las Vegas. Event details at flightsimexpo.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Go Russ.
Welcome to Son of Fun's Radio's Chat from the Deck Live. Yes, if that voice just a moment ago sounded familiar, that was my pre-recorded announcement. Yes, thank you. We are brought to you, of course, by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport and coming to you from Son of Fun 2024, the 50th annual Son of Fun Aerospace Expo. David Kolbaba has stepped up here on the deck to join me. Thank you, David. How have you been?
Good. You're doing really good so far.
Well, so far. It's
only a
the
minute
first.
in.
I've been here for like 30 minutes, so I'm well rested, I guess. So, but we're not here to talk to each other, are we? No, we're here to talk to Neil Glazer. Neil from PilotMall.com. How are you doing, Neil?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me out here.
He's kind of sensitive about that.
He is?
Pilot Mall.
Yep.
Clarify what I'm getting at there.
Well, PilotMall.com is my company, but I'm actually a chairman of Sun and Fun as well, a chairman of Gifts of Flight here out at Sun and Fun.
Which really means that's what's printed on all the T-shirts all them years.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, we've been developing Sun and Fun's merchandise product line for 15 years now.
And you've been part of the leadership here as well. For how many years?
No, I'm just a chairman.
That's leader.
Just the chairman.
Yeah.
No, it's just it's leader.
Okay.
It's leadership.
Sure, yeah, it definitely is.
Well, Neil, how's the show been going for you so far?
It's been fantastic. The crowds are out. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's loving the merchandise that they're seeing out in our outlets.
How stocked are you for this year? You anticipated what you see, or?
We definitely anticipated strong crowds, and we planned accordingly. But even with that being said, I do expect to stock out pretty much across the board at some point. So if you're interested in buying Sun and Fun merchandise, I highly recommend you do it early.
Yeah, get it early.
Is there more than one location?
There are 3 locations. We've got one by the main entrance. We've got one out on the Warbird ramp next to the EAA building. And we've got one right next door to the Sunset Grill.
Those listening to us, you've got a new way of getting merchandise to those who are listening in and not here personally.
We sure do. And even for the people that are out here, if you don't see what you want, just go online, shop.flysnf.org. Again, that's shop.flysnf.org.
Yeah, pretty easy. I mean, and you have a long history of online sales and that kind of thing with your previous or your other business, right?
Yeah, for sure. Pilot Mall's been a retailer on the internet for over 25 years.
Jeez. Yeah, I was talking to him before the show, and there's a web forum called studentpilot.com.
Yeah,
it was great forum for folks to learn about what goes into being a student pilot, motivate people, that kind of thing, ask questions and whatever.
Yeah.
And so I've known Neil's name for 20 years now, probably, and it's the first time meeting him in person.
I'm wondering if we went to Neil's house, how much of the merchandise he buys into. He may be wearing that T-shirt every single day. You could. There's enough merchandise here, more than ever.
There are quite a bit of products out here. I mean, we have tens of thousands of shirts in the merchandise outlet. So, yeah, I could wear one for the rest of my life, a different shirt.
I bet you could. Any new products this year? Anything exciting?
Yeah, I mean, we do lots of different T-shirts, ball caps, pins, patches, magnets, blankets. I mean, anything you can think of, it's got the Sun and Fun logo on it.
Here's where we go sensitive, being that I'm a health practitioner. Have you noticed a trend through the years when you order what you order in sizes? I'm just asking. This may be the bleak moment in Sun and Fun, but I'm just wondering, when preparing what sizes you inventory with, are you noticing a trend, either more purchases for smaller, or have you noticed the trends for the opposite, for underleaners out there?
I hate to say it, but it definitely is the opposite. I think something like 3% of our shirts are in a size small.
Okay.
Underleaners?
Underleaners,
David?
yeah, overweighters.
That's a good one.
Those thick in the side. Well, I mean, you can't step into a World War II cockpit without noticing the difference either. And it's not because of fat, but even stature. We're actually bigger, not just fat.
Height too,
yeah, so there's a difference there.
Yeah.
But we do have shirts for, the full size run, extra small through 3XL. So, regardless of your physique, we do have a shirt for you.
If you are here at Sun and Fun, there's a size for you. Or if you're at home, there's
even
a
at
size
home.
for you, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a kid at heart here. We're doing the camera live. Camera, there we go. 1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, and test. Sorry about that. I'm just kind of jumping in. Neil, I see one of my favorite cartoon characters on something in front of you. Is that something that we can kind of show off to the crowd out here as well?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is our Snoopy backpack. We do actually have Snoopy plush for sale in the tents, as well as a few other Snoopy items with the 50th logo on it.
Old Cool Joe.
But there's more, Jack.
There's more.
There's more.
But wait, if you act now. We got Derek here on the live Portacam, as I guess we're calling it, enjoying some of the close-up footage of these products, but Neil's digging in, for some more goodies.
So here's the 50th pin. We've got a 50th magnet. We've got a patch. There's also a keychain. I'm not sure if it's in my bag, but let me show you some of the other stuff that we've got here today. You might want to pan out for these. This is one of our racing-inspired shirts. Quite a few of them this year have a front left chest. We had a lot of demand for that over the years, and we definitely delivered. This is one of our 80s style arcade Tron theme shirts that we put together this year that's been really popular.
So Neil, you're the one that actually orders these things, inventories.
I work with the design team on everything, yeah. So we've got the new island location. This is our island themed shirt. And we've got quite a few others. I know we're going to run out of time, but you can see a pin up here.
But it basically becomes an item that, if you're young at heart or old at heart, if you got a little heritage in you for vintage, if you want something like you're about to show up right now, something of the, the new design, you got a choice for just about every aspect.
Let's try some trivia here for you guys.
Uh-oh.
The founder of Sun and Fun, what was his plane?
I am going to be slapped on the hand for Mr. Billy Henderson's lack of knowledge, but forgive me on that aircraft.
Miss Adair. That is his
Adair.
plane. We designed a shirt around it.
Beautiful job.
We've got U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds and quite a few others.
So, Neil, as you're holding these up and kind of sharing them, are these available only in the adult sizes, or do these come across for the youth sizes in all of these as well, or does it vary?
It varies. We do have unisex shirts, so all of these are unisex. We do ladies' shirts, we do children's shirts. There are different designs. This is the one designed around the poster, but yeah, we've got something for everyone.
And if you're not able to make it out to the show and grab one here at one of the at the tents, of course, these are available online throughout the year until they sell out, I'm sure.
Yeah, they sure are at shop.flysnf.org. And for those that like pockets, this has been a popular request. Yep. We've even got pockets.
I kind of feel like I just was watching the what do you call that on TV where they sell stuff?
QVC.
QVC moment here.
Yeah. Well, and that's only a small portion of what we've got. So come by the tents and check out what we've got.
Again, 3 locations.
Yes, sir. Yeah, one in front of the main entrance, one out at Warbird, and the third one's in front of the Sunset Grill.
One of the advantages that we kind of, I'm plugging real quick, of course, we have student volunteers helping across Sun and Fun, and of course, know that all of your tents have student volunteers helping out as well. So if you have a question, feel free to ask, whether it's one of the student volunteers, one of your staff members. If it's not there in stock, I'm sure it might be at another tent available, or it could actually be, purchased online. So if you don't see the shirt size, there's resources.
Absolutely. Our team is ready to go.
Somebody. I don't just put it back on the shelf and say, oops, it's not here.
Yeah, it's definitely there, or we'll get it for you.
Excellent, excellent. So, Neil, thank you for being up here on Chats from the Deck Live. Gentlemen, we're having such a good time today. Doctor?
Well, we're running out of stock over there at Pilot Mall already.
Good.
Oh, really?
Neil's telling us that there's...
Come early, shop now.
So people know about it. I mean, they're doing what they do when they come here.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of us that go collecting. So we want the, the year after year, collection that's, produced. So I think I'm up to, 4 years in a row of having, the shirts. Even the 2020, the greatest air shirt that never happened.
Yep,
I know there's
that one
there's
too.
some special shirts for that. So you can't, go and not come and not get a shirt at least. So take that memento home. So they're out here. You're going to find them. You're going to take some, Sun and Fun history home with you, very easily. So, Neil, thank you, gentlemen. Any more questions?
No. I think we're going to be going to break in a few seconds.
We sure are.
Let's count it down together.
We need to go on break so we can go shopping, right?
Absolutely. I'm
got to get them early.
I'm checking my pocket, and before my kids get a hold of me, like, Dad, you got a 20? Dad, you got $40? So I'm getting my button-down shirt I got from you guys last year and the new model,
good.
I'm sure. So
come on by. Well, thanks so much for having
Neil
me.
Pilot Mall, we thank you for being up here. Chats on Deck Live. Dr. K?
Yeah, we'll be back right after
Excellent.
this.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Sun and Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacity separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Did you know you can learn to TIG weld in our welding education workshops? Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Lincoln Electric has become the global leader in arc welding and cutting and is renowned as the welding experts worldwide. With the industry's leading team of experts and the most comprehensive portfolio of solutions, they continue to advance innovation and deliver measurable value to our customers and their operations. You can find out more at the welding workshop or online at lincolnelectric.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Struble International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Russ Roslewski, back on the deck again, now joined with Randy Bibb. Hello, Randy.
Hey, glad to be back on air here.
Yeah, it's been obviously a great show. It's definitely warming up out there. It's warming up under here, other than the canopy. So try to stay cool out there. Make sure you're wearing your sunblock and all that. Drinking lots of water. Especially if you're over with what we're going to talk about now. Anitra Goddard is here from the Stoll Invitational. Hello, Anitra.
Hi, it's good to be back.
Yeah, it was good to have you. Tell us, Stoll stands for short takeoff and landing, and we've seen these crazy airplanes taking off in what seems like no distance and landing in the same amount. What is the Stoll Invitational all about?
Well, the Stoll Invitational is where we invite the best Stoll pilots in the country to come out and demonstrate these amazing short takeoff and landings. We have distance markers out there, and it's really cool. The crowd can get really into very close proximity to the action, comparative to the main air show over here. You have to be 1,000 feet away from the main area, for the crowd line. So we're very close, and people can get really close to seeing what these guys can do. We've got a start line that we line them up just like you would in a drag race, and we launch them, and we measure their distances, and we measure their landings. They have to hit the line, and then we have some pilots that have beta reversible pitch props out here for the seaplanes, but they use them to stop and Stoll. And if they come to a stop, we measure and add the scores, and the pilot with the shortest distance combined gets the bragging rights.
Have you ever seen these kind of things, Randy? Have you watched the videos or seen them live?
Oh, it is
so amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, we were talking earlier out here on the deck, and this concept came from real world flying.
Yeah, we have two bush pilots out here, one Alaskan bush pilot, Keith Lang, and then Frank Knapp. He's based out of the Yukon. Frank started flying when he was about 9 years old with his father, because where he lives, there are only two ways to get somewhere efficiently. This is by horse or by airplane. And they use the airplanes to drop into these openings to hunt, and they live off the land. He was a trapper and an outfitter, and Lone Star Stoll, Lone Wolf Stoll is Keith Lang, and he's based out of Wasilla, Alaska. He's flying a PA Super Cub out there, a 56, and he is a wildlife biologist, so he uses that airplane to get animals and rehab them if they're injured and put them back out in the wild. So it's like an air ambulance.
So this concept was born from real world flying, and some guy says, hey, I think I can do that better than you. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes.
And then, other guys get involved, and girls and gals, and here we are a number of years later. So it's real world flying that you captured, and now so you have a number of events around the country.
Well, the National Stoll Series, they have really taken it up a notch. They have 11 events all over the country, so that it's accessible all over. When they started 4 years ago, we were mostly in the eastern U.S., and now they've branched out, and they have a championship event at the end of the year in Texas, and it's just amazing. We have a lot of those pilots out here.
Are there... I'm picturing Stoll. I'm thinking some of the airplanes I've seen. Some look like normal production airplanes. Some look like very specialized things. I assume there are weight classes or engine power classes or some kind of division, or not?
There are. They have lots of classes, and the National Stoll Series has they've formatted their classes. So we have the old school Valdez classes. That's the standard. And now the National STOL Series has done some cool things with the stats and the numbers of the takeoff and landings and do their magical math stuff to come up with new divisions, so you have a much higher level of competitiveness between the classes. So the classes are very different.
Well, I see myself personally, and I'm sure everyone else does, all these online fantastic, unbelievable videos, airplane stopping in less than 10 feet and taking off.
It's amazing.
And we see experimental airplanes and Super Cubs and Carbon Cubs and Huskies and all the way up to 172s and even bigger. And that ties into the question you just asked about different classifications of flying.
Well, out here for the STOL Invitational, we have our largest is Warren G and a beautiful polished 180, Cessna 180. With the big bush wheels on it and a big number 46 tennis ball green. You can't miss him. He's on the corner out there. And then our smallest is what you said, the Chinook. That's a little pusher, ultralight, and his best landing was about 10 feet last year here, and his goal is to try to break that record. Last year, his combined distance here was 34 feet. That's combined. His takeoff and landing was 34 feet.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Well,
with the right airplane, you could. With the right airplane,
but that actually brings up an interesting point. I mean, how much of this is the airplane, and how much of it is pilot skill? I mean, they're especially for landing, they're bringing it down right on the edge of stalling, right? So there's a lot of practice.
It's really interesting being along the line out here. We had our first show last night out here at Paradise City on 826 on the ultralight field, and people in the crowd. We've got Katie Wado out here, and she's in a 1949 Piper Clipper, no flaps, right? And she's coming in. She has to come in a little faster, and she slips in really hard. And it's pilots in the crowd that fly general aviation who do not do this kind of flying are like, oh, I can't, and
I can't watch.
Yeah, and it's all great because it's about educating, right? That's how she has to stop. She uses the forward slip to stop, and it's very entertaining to watch. And these guys coming in on edge, dragging it in. But a lot of them have modifications. They'll fly in with their mods in their airplane, and then they'll switch from their cruise prop to, their competition prop, or, adjust their pitches for competition, or put their slats or the leading edge, the cuffs on. And so they do things for competition. But a lot of them will take the mods off, and then they use it. It's their daily. So
like a normal utility aircraft.
Yeah. A lot of these guys their airplanes are their workhorses. We've got the Flying Farrier who flies out ranches in Texas and uses them to horseshoes. And there's another guy, same thing. He uses it for his ranches to round up his cattle, or mend fences and throw the tools in the back. And
I know personally that a mid-time pilot myself that this kind of flying takes tremendous skill and nerves and a great machine to fly.
Yeah. Well, I'll circle back around. Sorry, I got off. I could just talk about this stuff all day. No, it's a lot of pilot, coming back to Katie slipping in, they've got their mods, but you gotta wear your airplane, right? So it's the airplane and it's skill.
Yeah. And I think any of us who've been flying a while know that it takes a while to become really comfortable with whatever airplane you're in, and I'm getting that way with mine. I'm sure you've been that way before, but just this right on the edge that they're at. I mean, just a couple knots either way makes a difference between winning and losing and stalling, right? I mean, it's such a fine line. It's amazing the control the guys
and the weather is always a factor.
The weather, of course,
is a factor. Do you? And speaking of that, off of the top of my head, do you guys calculate that into the matrix of you stopped in 23 feet. 23 feet with the wind was blowing 30 right down the runway, so
I would love to see that. But right now STOL is still fairly new in the lower 48, and even what they're doing in Valdez this year's their 20th, and these guys just want to fly their airplanes and they want to get the bragging rights. There's not been a lot of that put into it, but with all the new interest that's getting general aviation, you're seeing STOL planes on all these magazines. A lot of people are over at our demos. I think I would like to see that kind of technology come to the competitions, and I think in a few years we might see that.
Right, like a car running, getting a speed record, you have to do it in both directions. That sort of thing, those sort of regulations or rules.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Like a Formula One type thing where you have the same.
No, for like the top speed records of Bonneville and such.
Right,
so we're talking about, you got to do them both ways to credit.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that specifically,
Oh,
but
right.
taking that into the matrix.
Well, yeah, you're victim to the weather, and sometimes you have to do what the wind lets you do. You have to switch directions, and that's the thing.
Well, everyone deals with the same
Yeah.
weather, so
Unless it changes halfway through the competition.
Which it does.
Been there, done that.
Oh, man,
so that's a thing.
It really is. Believe me, I know, because as a show, it's a production too. So you always save your best for last, or shortest for last, I should say, because you just kind of know by the class what kind of numbers you're expecting.
Sure.
So our top guys always have to compete latest in the day, and we do. They're like, can we just do the morning sometimes? But yeah, so that's a thing.
I bet. So what is this new Bushwheel base camp? I know this is new.
This is something I am so excited
All right,
about.
well, tell us about it.
All right, so I have been the Stoll Chairman here at Sun and Fun since they brought it here in 2020, and I go to all the air shows, and this year Sun and Fun is the only air show that is giving the bush planes their own designated area. We have vintage and seaplanes and warbirds, and now we have bush planes out at the Bushwheel Base Camp, and it's been amazing. It's our first year. This just developed 6 weeks ago.
Where is this base camp?
It is right on the corner. It's on the southwest corner of James C. Ray and Echo One. It's where the old yellow parking lot was.
Uh-huh.
And I put a thing out, and I expect we'll have 50 bush planes out there by the weekend.
Nice. Well,
yeah, if you're at the main area here, you go east.
Yes.
Just go east.
Look for the NOAA building.
You'll get there.
Go to the NOAA building.
Well, I camp in the volunteer camping area out there just across the fence from you guys, and you have dozens of us there against the fence, looking through that fence like children watching this flying. It's amazing. So you guys are flying here. Any sort of thing going on that we can come watch?
Absolutely. So we have the Stoll Invitational that is happening on Thursday and Friday. We fly about 7:05. It's part of the Paradise City. It's the Twilight Aerial Circus. They've got paramotors that are light up into cool drone shows, and we're the second act to fly. We fly for about 35 minutes, and
so that's 7 o'clock Thursday,
7
Friday.
o'clock Thursday and Friday. Yes.
Very cool.
Morning,
PM, night show sort of thing.
And
yeah.
also, I'd like to add that the Bushwheel Base Camp also serves as the Stoll Invitational Pilots Pits. That's where all their aircraft are parked, and they are open to everybody all day. You can come out there and look at the airplanes and stand on the tires and talk to the pilots. We invite everybody out to come chat with them.
I am definitely going to have to go over there.
Right. So
That's
they
some
are
cool
flying
stuff.
until air shows start, but there's no, you never know what you're going to see, I guess we could say, if you go out there now and watch.
Yes, that's correct.
Jack, stepping back up. Anitra, we thank you for being up here today, talking about the Stoll competition. Outstanding just opportunity for everybody to, see something different out here. It's not just the air show itself, taking place during the afternoon, but just, all the different events. So we're going to go ahead and let you step aside. We're going to bring in the next guest and kind of swap seats actively. So that's why I'm
Thank you for having
jumping
me.
here last minute.
Yeah, sure.
So Dave Shellbetter is going to be joining me up here in a second, and we're going to close the day out with a special guest out here. But, ladies and gentlemen, public service announcement. This is Florida. This is a very nice, warm environment. Grab your liquids, grab the water, grab your drinks, whatever you need. Take advantage of it. Please, to our northern friends, grab some sunscreen. We do have the country store out here for your needs out in the campground and different areas, so please grab that sunscreen, apply it over and over. So we do not want anybody to feel like they came for a day with a light skin tone and left with a lobster feeling look. That kind of ruins the whole show for the family pretty quickly.
Yeah, the poor Yankees show up here and they're it's the sun. I can get out here in the sun and get a suntan, and they don't realize that we are much closer to the equator than they are up north.
A whole lot.
For our friends up north that might be coming down for the first time or just simply don't know, the Florida sun will cook you in a heartbeat, and Jack was not kidding. We have seen people looking like the rock lobsters, So if you're from Maine and you want to look like your favorite dish, by all means, go out in the sun without sunscreen. But otherwise, keep yourself covered, keep your sunscreen on. The other big thing, the critical thing, is hydration. you definitely want
You do.
to stay hydrated. Dr. Dave was saying, normal circumstances, you drink 8 ounces of water 7 times a day or something.
At least, yeah.
Out here, and one of the things to make sure you avoid is you don't want to be drinking Coca-Cola, tea, all the stuff you like.
All the caffeinated beverages.
You want clear liquids, lemonade, water, anything like that, because that will, the caffeine dehydrates you. Problem with dehydration is by the time you are suffering the effects of dehydration, it's too late. You are dehydrated.
Mhm.
So if you are feeling ill, if you are not feeling well, we have a medical hospitality center right across from the main entrance.
And plenty of vendors. I mean, almost every corner out here has a vendor between food and drinks. So.
But if you need assistance and can't make it to the medical center, grab any Sun and Fun volunteer and say, I need medical help, and we will get you medical help.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Dave, I'm going to kind of interject here real quick. As a young aspiring aviator, I had the chance to go to an Air Crew Academy. One of those opportunities afterwards was to see my name and picture in a magazine. I was a hot shot. I had my picture as a youth in a magazine.
Cool.
So I think you're introducing, kind of something along those lines right now.
Well, next up on deck is somebody that I've known for a long time who actually took advantage of my experience with the radio station and sponsored a new radio station several years ago, 2012, I think it was, at the Sebring Sport Aviation Expo Radio. We did Expo Radio for a few years. We left when Jana left Sebring and went up to DeLand. That's actually the shirt I'm wearing today is the DeLand Sport Aviation Showcase. I was doing Showcase Live up there. Our sponsor for Expo Radio was Jacob Pete. Hello, Jacob. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
I didn't know if you wanted me to say the other, and I'll just say you are with Aviation magazine. Tell me about Aviation.
Well, Aviation was born from myself being introduced to what youth aviation programs are. I grew up in rural Iowa. We didn't have any in my vicinity, so I didn't really know a whole lot about it. Got in the business, started, doing what I did, selling advertising, and met up with Mike Z eventually as a customer, and then became a friend and introduced me to what he was doing. And
Mike Z is a great guy.
Oh,
Great guy.
he's actually the reason why Aviation was born. I mean, that's how I was introduced to that concept. So right here.
So what is Aviation?
So Aviation is really a platform. It's a print and digital magazine and online properties and videos designed to inspire young people, to pursue careers or educational opportunities into aviation aerospace. It's really important to see it to be it today, and that's really what our job is as the publisher, is to try to show, regardless of who it is who picks it up or flips through online and looks at it, I mean, even, young or old, but regardless of who they are, they can find somebody like themselves doing something in aerospace in the magazine. That's the idea. And so it's really it's a platform for young people to be published, and really why they're sending their articles in to be published and taking the time to talk about their pathways, their challenges, is because they want to help the next in line, which is really cool. It really works well. So that's really what we do. And in the last 7 years, we've published 100% of the articles sent in to us. 8-year-old was the youngest. We don't have an age requirement. We could go younger, but he was really good. And we had somebody in their 70s. So, it's all designed to really help people navigate it and inspire them and keep them informed. And it's, youth is our audience. That's really who we're trying to inspire and work with and support all the mentor groups. That's the other side. Mentor groups, that's who we're trying to support and interconnect. Because when we got into this, there was very little connection. I was doing my research, trying to find other groups like the Lakeland Aero Club all over the country. Spent a long time doing that, knocking on a lot of doors, making a lot of phone calls, emails, and realized right away that groups weren't interconnected. They weren't sharing knowledge base. They weren't co-promoting, sharing resources. And groups that are the successful ones. So that was a light bulb that hit me. It really was.
So you want to put people together. But no, Aviation is more involved than just putting out a magazine for print or online digital magazine. I've spoken with you on a number of different occasions where you're like, well, I can't really do anything right now because we're doing something at this high school tomorrow, and let me get to you after that. You have an organization besides Aviation, or is it part of Aviation that goes to schools? How does that work?
It's part of Aviation. So we call it the Aviation American Dream Tour. And we typically go into high schools during the year. In summer, we'll go into summer camps or any kind of youth type setting. And we'll go into schools, typically high schools, and we try to get the whole school at the very beginning for about a half hour. And then we'll split usually in juniors and seniors. They'll have kind of some predetermined people who are interested in it.
So you stand up there by yourself addressing a high school of kids saying you want to fly?
I do not. We really go local. So wherever we're at, whatever state we're in, we're pulling regionally and locally, and we bring in, we've had 12 to 20 different professionals at these things, where we bring in different functions in aviation and aerospace. So and it's kind of like a speed dating. At the end of the day, they've talked to everybody almost individually in small groups. And we do have a keynote speaker. The last couple that we had, we flew a gentleman in from Houston, and his story is it's awesome. After the presentation, we had 48 additional signups to get into the program for the day after. So Kenneth Morris is his name. He's out of Houston. He works with us. He works with the youth down in Houston and all over the nation, and very inspiring story. And so we connect with people like that around the country. In like keynote speakers, or the people, the MCs, we'll bring in from all over the place. Depends on where we're at. Last summer we went to the south side of Chicago to a place called Project Hood. It's in the rough side there, and we had super support. We had 40 individuals show up, 20 companies.
And that's people coming
to help mentor
not
and support.
Attendees. These are people
these are professionals.
Coming in.
These are, some of them are CEOs.
Wow.
And so, to tell them, what this is what my life in aviation's like, and here's how you get there if you have interest in it. Because not everybody wants to be a pilot or a mechanic, or there's so many different. And that's really what Aviation tries to do, is uncover all of that, to give that information out. Not just in our industry inside the choir, but outside. That's why we go to the south side of Chicago and these different places, because they just don't know about. They just don't know, and the access isn't always apparent, or it's not there, right?
But it's everywhere. It's not just the impoverished ones.
No,
you guys go.
No, we go everywhere.
Up, down,
no,
anywhere.
No. We really go to any school that wants to do it. I mean, we're game within. We're all kind of development-minded people, so we make stuff happen that way. If there's an interest there, then we'll find maybe 2 or 3 different sites to do in that state or that area, and then really try to connect all that together after we're there.
That's so cool. And we got a little under 3 minutes left. So how does somebody, if I want you guys to come out to my school, how do I contact you?
Jacob at Avination, AVINATION USA.com.
AVNationUSA.com.
Yeah. And then I've got one last thing.
No, we got time.
Okay, we're doing here at the show, we have Tram Talk.
That's exactly what was going to be my next question was, what are you doing here at the show? Because I think what you're doing here at the show is really cool. So tell us about it,
It's another
please.
platform. So we've done this for 3 years now. 3 years. And I've got Jordan, my daughter, next to me. She is the original Tram Talk interviewer and does what you guys do, except she rides around on a tram and does it. And this year we've been DPS, Delta Professional Services. They sponsored it this year. Really grateful for that. They've given the Lakeland Aero Club gave them a scholarship last night, and they're giving out 4 more this week.
Excellent.
Outstanding.
So if anybody goes by their booth, they can sign up to be in the drawing for it daily. So anyways, so we get on there and we do interviews. So anybody that wants to tell their story, they can jump on to come to Lakeland Aero Club and just jump on, and Jordan will ask questions.
A specially marked tram.
Yes. Jordan, you want to speak at all?
We got 1.5 minutes, Jordan, please.
Yeah,
Hi there.
I mean, we just drive around. If you're tired of walking, give us an interview, and we'll give you a ride. We'll make it fun, painless. It's really cool to meet all the different people, and we get to hear people's stories, and those videos go out, and they're going to be inspiring other people who might want to do something similar.
And how do we see the videos?
They'll be on YouTube, and sometimes snippets of them will be on Instagram or other platforms.
Okay, and YouTube where?
Aviation USA is the.
Okay, at Aviation USA. And again, folks, that's AVI Nation, Nation. Now, you guys, again, yours is avnationusa.com.
Correct.
You're on the Aviation trams with Ms. Jordan. By the way, it's very nice to meet you, Jordan. I've never met.
Nice to meet you.
I'm trying to figure out where you were adopted from, or either that, or you look after your look like your mother because.
Thank you.
Sorry, folks. So Jake and I have been buddies for a long time. Little good-natured kidding going on. So we got about 30 seconds, and then we're at the mercy of the air show folks, and the engineer will talk in our ear and tell us it's time to go. So. avnationusa.com, the AVNation Tram Talk, call it? Is that was the right
Yep.
name?
Yep.
And a special marked tram you get up at the school. Where can I get a copy of your magazine if I want a copy?
You can just go to the website. You can get a subscription, or you can see it digitally on the website. There's no charge digitally on it. Or you can come, if you're at the show, come to the Lakeland Aero Club. That's where our main booth is. And pick up a free copy there, or jump on the tram. We have copies there, or
Good
all over
deal.
the grounds, really.
Good deal. Jacob Peed, AVNation.